Hello, good evening. Muck. Hello to you. Yeah, keeping awake, right? It's been a long night, but a great game. England. Good match. Nate, you're doing well, and your family as well. That's good to hear. Happy to hear that. Avimar, yeah, good, best wishes to you, Avimar. Hope things are getting better very quickly. Svenja, hello. Scrapman, hello. It's coming home, yeah. We shall see. Right, good. Nate asked a little refresher on the differences between the IAEs, CFMs, and the NEOs. Yeah, I mean, the biggest difference between, let's say, the IAE, the CFMs, and the NEOs is the bypass ratio. That's the biggest thing that comes to my mind immediately. So the NEOs have the biggest. They have about 12:1 bypass ratio. So 12 particles there going on the cold section, and just one particle going through the hot section of the engine. CFMs, I think, are like 5 point something, 5 or 6 to 1. And the IAE, I don't really remember what the IAE. Fabian maybe knows. Fabian, wie geht's? Ulas, hello to you. And Organ Aviator, hello. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, so that's the biggest thing really. Another thing you'll notice is that the NEO, so the new engine option, when you compare the LEAPs to the Pratt & Whitneys, there the biggest difference is that the Pratt & Whitneys have a gearbox to change the RPM, kind of downscale the RPM of the big rotor. So the N1 stage. That's a big difference. And the IAE engines, yeah, they do have the typical engine pressure ratio indication, EPR. Hey Paul, doing well, how are you? And the Pratt & Whitneys take 3 business days to start. Well, with dual cooling, it's okay. Ulas says IE 4.7 to 1. Thank you so much. Then I guess the CFMs are more like 7 or 6 or yeah, it should be 6 to 1 CFMs. Yeah, thanks Organ. Yeah, somewhere in that region, right? So weirdly enough, interesting enough, that I would have thought the IEs are a little bit less than 4.7 to 1 because of the shape of the engines, but still, they still have a good bypass ratio. But I mean, from the looks, of course, we know that the IAE engines, they are enclosed, right? So they don't really have a cowling open like the CFMs and NEOs. A bit of a higher idle power on the IAE. Yeah, okay. Good. Okay, guys. So, what is this beauty? This beauty is the fly-by-wire A320NEO, as the title said. And let me just have a look here. So, somebody brought to my attention that this one had an update regarding, well, parts of that update regarding the MCDU and the so-called engine out SID. So engine failure instrument departure. We know that from our website there are different procedures available. Here, for example, in Wellington, there's a special procedure runway 34. It was you, Paul. Fantastic. Okay, Paul. Yeah, thank you so much for that hint. Gives me something nice and updated to showcase. So fly-by-wire has given the option to actually load an engine out procedure. Now the thing is this: why doesn't Navigraph publish engine out procedures? And the very simple answer is that it's most often an airline thing. So the airline, depending on the aircraft type, engine type, etc., they will then determine what would be the best engine out SID. And we're always talking about the worst case scenario, meaning just at V1, literally where you know the earliest moment where you're not going to be able to do a rejected takeoff anymore. You have to continue, and that way you kind of get the worst case for the climb out, right? And so the engine out SID makes sure that you are able to clear all the obstacles given the weight of the aircraft, the environmental conditions, but also then the thrust rating that you have selected. Meaning, if you've selected a flex temperature, let's say 50 degrees, you would not have to put the other engine into full power, right? You could leave the engine running at the flex 50 degrees, and that would have made sure with your calculations for the takeoff that you're going to clear out these obstacles by a certain margin, right? The thing is, though, that if it's a special engine up procedure, like we have here in Wellington runway 34, so it's not just straight out like runway 16, certain track to certain mileage. If it's a special procedure, it makes navigation for the pilots somewhat more challenging, right? Because very often you have tracks to a certain altitude or a certain distance from a DME, and then a turn with a new track or a QDR or whatever, or a radial to intercept. And so you can imagine that the workload for the pilots is already very high in the flight deck. And from our own experience, whenever we had engine failure training in the sim with special procedures, you can very easily miss those turning points. Now the problem is, while you have a certain buffer left and right of the center line of your tracking to assure the obstacle clearance, it's not a big margin, right? We're talking maybe about a mile, let's say, but outside of the area, if you miss that turn by a certain mileage, then you are in unprotected airspace, right? Meaning potentially you can hit obstacles. So actually, if you mess this up in the flight check right, then you could fail your check right because of that, right? And so it does make sense to have a procedure available in the MCDU or FMS, and we are going to see this in Queenstown later. So like I was saying, just out that sim sounds, although the lowest may calm down a bit. Yeah, there we go. So the problem is, like I said, it's Rainhead. The problem is that it is mostly airline specific. And so an airline has then, the option to either publish these procedures in the NAV database or not. My company, so Lufthansa, back when I was flying the A320, did not offer any of these engine out SIDs in the MCDU, in the database. So that's why I've always shown you guys, programming a certain fix, a radial, etc. Now I know some people, some flight simmers will say, oh, I'm doing this via pilot waypoints, right? If you have the option, that way I can, on the secondary page, I can make my own engine up procedure. Now there's nothing wrong with it per se. However, be aware that the programming may not be 100% correct in the sense, what you are inputting. And so it is a bit risky to just simply program something and then hit the nav button, upon the engine failure, and assume the aircraft is going to stay on the correct track, right? The biggest issue is the speed, the airspeed and the bank angle, right? So if you have an official kind of routing program in the FMS, and your operator manual says that these turns are calculated with 15-degree bank angle, and maybe it says in the AOS SID on the paper chart max speed 160 knots until such and such waypoint, then the FMS has the right coding. You check that as well regarding speed as well, and then you can rest assured pressing the nav button will keep you in the safe sector. So personally, and I think I've never seen any of my first officers actually program anything in themselves. The only thing we did was literally just doing straight out track 161 to 25 miles, let's say. Or if we even do this, then it's just by very, very kind of crude initial radials, maybe an arc or circle to determine a turning point. But those were just visual attention getters. Everything else we did with, probably track, so not heading mode, but track mode with the autopilot. But still being, in the mental picture that we had to keep track of what the aircraft is flying, right? So yes, it does bind some of your mental capacity, but I always found it worked okay for me. Hey, Drehstückpilot. Yes, Avimar, I'll get to that in a minute. Hang on. And Solomon, hello to you. Chris, right in German, no worries. So sometimes I do, but let's have a look here. Sometimes I do. This is the group instrument. So here I have not. Well, it has head tracking, but there's no G-loaded camera here. The thing is, it's a bit personal preference regarding the streaming. So when I use, for example, if I use my Tobii eye tracker, then I have certain movement already, and then I find sometimes that if there's always a little shake here, it may be a little bit off-putting for the stream. All right, lots of questions coming in. Yes. Normally flex settings are lower than the MCT settings, but to be honest, there may be situations where MCT, although it would be a bit unusual if MCT was lower than flex. But like I said, the reason why the engine out climb performance is not always calculated, generally with max power, is simply because if you are calculating with a assumed temperature or a flex temperature, then the pilots may forget to actually select max power. In that case, again, you then potentially run into obstacles. If you calculate flex, you can leave it in flex. Then you're going to be able to clear obstacles. And if you have the capacity, and you check the engine instruments, and you're then determining, hey, you know what, we're very heavy today, and we can use the extra thrust to climb out a bit more comfortably, then by all means, select toga power on the other engine, right? That is perfectly fine to do. Oh, so Aviomar, we would in general we would insert you know, just the basic radials, especially if it's an AOSIT, a special AOSIT, then just for the visual attention getters, right? We would determine at least the first turning point, a radial, maybe even insert the fix if the turn goes towards a specific fix. It's not here, for example. Let's see what we have here in. Yeah, Quebec November, for example. I would put in a fix as well. Hey, Lido. But again, it's up to the pilots to determine what they need, right? Yeah, Drehschulpilot, correct. Our database actually did offer, you know, certain waypoints. If those were just straight ahead for certain mileage, like you're quoting here in Munich for a certain runway, Munich X1, we would enter that as into the fixed page. Yes, because that would mark the end point at least. You can, again, it's up to you as a pilot. You can program whatever you like. If you have the capacity, if you have the motivation, in the end, we do prepare always for the worst, but it's, you know, it's always a matter of likelihood. So how likely is it to get engine failure? And then how much do you trust the autopilot system to actually fly your own? And that's a difference, right? There's a key difference between your own inputs into the MCDU, or if it's a database checked by the company and then certified to be used, you know, then I think that's a little bit more reliable compared to what you're inserting, right? So yeah, true. Drehschulpilot, I agree. If you want to have, you know, if you want to enter the holding at the end of your AOSID to do some troubleshooting, whatever, then yeah, I mean, that fix definitely helps. Yeah, Aviomar, and that's the thing. That's why I would keep it simple. Literally, I mean, you don't always have extremely complicated procedure. So normally what you have is a track direct, you know, runway track for, let's say, 1, 2, or 3 miles. Then you would get a first turn with a new direction, new track. And that's what I would program initially, because depending, of course, again, aircraft weight, your performance, etc., at some point you will reach your acceleration altitude. And you're going to start accelerating, clean up the aircraft, continue climb. You're going to have a little bit more, you know, mental capacity available to then navigate. The most critical point is low to the ground with an engine failure, or let's say, you know, it's stalling, or you have extremely heavy vibrations in the airframe. That gives you the urgency to, you know, shut down the engine as soon as you get above the 400 feet AGL. And so, you know, that low to the ground situation, and then having to navigate through certain waypoints, that is the critical part. Rogue Pixel, hello, Grüße nach Wien. Dirkster, good afternoon. Solomon, yeah, you know, when you say, of course, flex is always lower than MCT, there are aircraft, give an example, I remember there's situations where your D rate was actually higher than the climb power. And on a 737, we did have that, where we climbed out initially, and 1,000 feet, let's say, we have this thrust reduction, and the aircraft goes into climb power. Then it could happen that the climb power was higher than your initial takeoff power. So the climb power then would increase the thrust. So there are certain relationships in these power settings. that, you know, in general, logic says yes. Logic says, of course, the flex should be lower than MCT. But if I say it is always, then somebody will investigate and say, oh, no, you're wrong. So, you know, something in the back of mind says, careful. I'll, you know, rather check it to be sure. Do I need to enter the fix in short 15 minutes flights? It's up to you. I mean, you know, again, you know, you as the, let's say you're the captain, you have the responsibility to make sure the aircraft gets down safely onto the ground again. That's your main objective, always. And that in all configurations, meaning normal ops and abnormal ops. And so if there is something happening to the aircraft, low to the ground, that's very demanding, by all means, do whatever you think you could do to help you with the workload, can help you with the, oh yeah, yeah, thanks, good catch. You know, there's no laws, right? And that there will probably not always be a clear company rule on that. Again, it is more a matter of airmanship, good airmanship, you know, common sense, and the major objective, the main objective, to land safely. Right, that's the thing. And again, you as a captain, you're going to have to take the responsibility to make sure you know, you do everything correctly in that regard. Now, where's my? Oh, it doesn't have that here. It doesn't matter. Okay, so it's all good. All right, monitor. Thank you much for the. Yeah, now we've got Max 2024. Nate, thank you. What's the difference between NADP 1 and NADP 2 in general? Again, in general, it has to do with the relationship between the two values of your engine out acceleration altitude, which has nothing to do with NADP. That's noise abatement, right? But that's one value you're gonna have to enter. The other value you usually enter on check is the thrust reduction, so the altitude above the ground or above sea level, where the engine thrust is set from takeoff power to climb power. And then the second value is the height or altitude where you accelerate to clean up the aircraft, meaning to retract the flaps, etc. Right? And in general, NADP2, that the way I've tried to remember it is NADP2. The 2 stands for both values. 2 values are the same. So that's normally 1,000 feet height for both. Right. So as an example, here we have NADP1. And today we both have both airports have NADP1 according to my information. So there's a split relationship, meaning there's one value for the thrust reduction and there's one value for acceleration, NADP1. Right? NADP2, both values, 2 values are the same. So in general, with the NADP1, it is 1,500 feet height for the thrust reduction and 3,000 feet height for the acceleration of the aircraft. But again, it's also either the airport that determines the values, or if not, then the airline will choose, or depending on the aircraft type, will choose a certain relationship. Yeah, so to my understanding, NADP1 is more the matter of noise sensitive areas close to the airport, and then NADP2 the opposite. I don't know any flight training discourse, no. Yeah, the acceleration, yeah, that's where you load the nose to accelerate it, exactly. Okay, so Yannick, on very rare occasions, you will find an NADP note in the AOIs, so the airport operational information. But usually the airline in your takeoff calculators will then give you the NADP value, right? But for example, you know, I mean, I wouldn't take Navigraph as a, you know, kind of a baseline, because they are filtering out a lot of airport information stuff, right? So you're rarely going to get any of these infos here. But like I said, usually the airline will publish the NADP procedure for their pilots. Good. All right. Now, that was that. Now, you're going to ask yourself, well, how do I get these values here into the MCDU with the latest update of the fly-by-wire mod? And the thing is that it's dependent on where's my okay. It's dependent on someone making a specific file. No, I don't use ChartFox now. And so like I said, it's not done by Navigraph or anything. It's done by enthusiasts, fellow flight simmers, and there are two. Maybe somebody can post. Hey Fishbone can post a link here for the two values. So at the moment, it seems like you only have Wellington, runway 34, with specific engine out SID in the FMS or MCDU, and in Queenstown, runway 05 and 23. The issue I had is that I couldn't get any of those files working, even though I put them on top order, etc., etc. And then I reinstalled completely the fly-by-wire mod, and then it actually showed at least the values for Queenstown. Here in Wellington, runway 34, it doesn't pop up here in the list. So that's why I can't show you that here. Hence, what I'm planning to do is we're going to fly from Wellington to Queenstown, do a lovely approach there, whatever is in use today. And then we'll turn around the aircraft. What do you mean date is tomorrow? For the weather. Yeah. So that I don't have live time. What I said is I put tomorrow's date so that I get the the live weather, the actual weather right now. That's written in the METARs, but I have daylight and not nightlight, and that's why the date showed for tomorrow now. Yeah, so we're going to turn around in Queenstown, and then we'll do the engine failure there, right? And I'll show you exactly how I, as a pilot, would have used secondary flight plan to program the engine out SID, and then actually when it happens, how I would then use the MCDU to get the nav mode working for the engine out procedure. Good. Right. Now let's have a quick look at the flight plan. Right. Have I missed any questions? Do real pilots get the ATIS? Usually via ACARS or through the EFB. We actually had the option now to get the weather information through the EFB. So we had a software UI user interface that allowed us specifically to request weather, and you had two options. You could either request it through the ACARS system. Now that means it had to be a ground station usually that had to be reachable, or you could get it through the internet. All right. So if the aircraft offered internet service, you could then route it through the internet service, through satellite service, and receive the weather data that way. Yes. Yeah, cut off. Yeah. There's still ATIS being transmitted on the frequencies as well. Hey, Dirka, how are you doing? Big shout out. Guys, if you don't know Durka, check out his channel. Lovely chap here on Twitch as well, streaming flight simming. And that one also works at home. Just like, yeah, that's true. Good. So we're going to go through the flight plan here. Oh, we have not imported SimBrief yet. SimBrief, there we go. And we will load the aircraft instant. Oh yeah, some people are reporting the latest update, GSX update. They were getting stutterers in cruise flight or something, really low FPS. And then they deactivated GSX and it was all good again. Weird sometimes. And Durka, you're doing good. That's good to hear, Brendan. It's always GSX. Yeah, very often. Very often it is. Good. Guys, so we're flying a total of 58 minutes, expecting runway 05, which would be the circling, or a special RNF approach. We'll have a look. The weather will determine what approach we can do. Let's put it this way. I guess GSX is just a very complex add-on. At the moment, we have Wellington, good visibility, winds from the south, light rain. Scout 32, broken 4,000, overcast 10,000. Now, Queenstown. Few 24, overcast 46, and we have 70 at 10. Not too bad, so I think that should give us the option to do circling there. 4 degrees, proper winter time. Christchurch, alternate 2.8, overcast 400. Worth keeping an eye on. Heavy rain. Yeah, we're going to have to watch that. We have a bit of extra fuel in case of one go around. 20 minutes extra. After a while, you learn never to update GSX. Yeah, but the thing is that it's become so annoying. So now you get this black yellow striped warning in the GSX window if you're missing an update. I don't know. I don't like these warnings, to be honest. Oh, this is actually a cool feature I found here. So you can actually choose between the Lido charts and the Navigraph charts here. That's a fantastic feature. Hang on, that's the wrong flight plan. Hold on, hang on. Import flight. We want the first one. Hold on. There, that's the one. Yeah, and then so it's the ATVEF to Quebec departure. There you go. Or was it the engine out I was looking at? Not the engine out, no, what's the auto? I don't know. So this is the ATVEF to Quebec. And again, the cool thing is you can actually choose the Lido charts, so the Microsoft charts. Or, if you prefer, and you have the Navigraph account, then you could also do it with the good old Navigraph charts. That is also possible. So whatever you choose. Yeah, you can also you can get FAA charts and local files as well. Yeah, if you have the connection, that is. So I agree. That's pretty neat. Yeah, Navigraph is a external service. So it's a chart provider, service provider for charts, but also nav database here. Now, Microsoft has been kind enough to give their flight simmers a free version from the Lido charts, so that they don't have to have a subscription from Navigraph, because Navigraph is a payware subscription-based service. The A380 at the moment, for me, has still pretty bad performance. So it's still very heavy on performance, and especially when you fly to big airports, man, I had really bad FPS. So they're working on it, they say it. So they were looking at people with lower end systems first of all, try to improve their performance, which is legit. That's fine to do. But for the higher end PCs, there is no improvement yet. Norwegian Airlines switched from jet to, okay. Yeah. What do you mean with the native update, Akmal? Terrain ahead, it can be many things, but terrain ahead, the only thing I can do is I can compare different add-ons here on my rig, right? So if I'm running, for example, the FENIX with great visuals, very in-depth systems, and I'm getting 60 FPS even in Frankfurt and London Heathrow, you know, then that is how good FPS can be. If I'm running iFly or PMG and I get, you know, the 60 FPS with DLSS and frame gen, etc., yeah, but at least I get the 60 FPS. The thing is, though, the same settings that give me 60 plus FPS constantly, even in the high demand airports, and I use, you know, then the A380 and I get 35 to 40 with DLSS frame gen. It tells you something. So it's not really, you know, a fact with 4K TV stuff. Would you consider to become a sim instructor? I don't know. It's a good question. You would probably think nice of me think that for you know, a flight school somewhere. Probably not anymore at my age. One thing. So the decision I've made yesterday is I am definitely going to get my IFR rating. So I'm going to get the SEP single engine piston IFR rating. Not because I like the risk of flying single engine in clouds. No, that's not the reason. The reason is that it still offers me then the option to do maybe multi-rating at some stage. And maybe be able to go into instructing at some point if I really feel like it. And, you know, so I still have more options available. Yeah, I know you have, but the thing is, I have a lot of things on my plate right now, so that is the thing. Now I'm just trying to determine what approach I want to fly. What do you mean, single engine turbine? No. For the IFR rating? No. No, you don't need turbine. No. So, I mean, I have an ATPL. I will keep the ATPL, right? But on the ATPL, the only rating that will be then inserted at least after my my normal 787 rating disappears or it gets invalid, then it's going to be SEP, hopefully IR. Nicholas, how do you like your WinWing setup? Yeah, very much. Very much. It's not working now. Weirdly enough, there's a lot of things here that don't work with the Flabber wire yet. I don't know why WinWing doesn't support it that well, but a lot of other add-ons, the WinWing stuff works very well indeed. So, yeah, I'm normally quite critical when it comes to these things, but yeah, I can't really say much negative things from you know, regarding wind control. Now so this is one option. So the RMP Zulu would be one option. Now of course you guys always want me to fly circlings. So I mean we could do, where's my, oh, they don't have the visual circlings anymore, do they? Well, here it is. That's a visual circling. Yeah, they do. So we could do hotel. We could do golf. Alpha Bravo Charlie aircraft. Alpha Bravo Charlie. Just trying to think what the differences are here. Looks pretty much the same. Those two. Engine out is a bit different. What is it? 208 Incurve. Height above 4.5. Yeah, here we got the. We don't have the restriction, so here I guess the climb gradient can be a bit less. Yeah, so this will also be option then. Now the thing is that we have to fly a different star in that case. So this will be the 5 Bravo to get us to Atkill, and then from Atkill we'd fly the Golf or Hotel approach with this visual circling at the end here, or we fly the Zulu, and that's completely RNF. I mean, this will be fairly pretty as well, but I guess I will let you guys decide. And Fischkopf, wie geht's dir? Grüße. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. As long as I'm flying actively, I don't lose my ATPL. So, you know, the fact is though, if I would want to go back to airline flying, then I would have to go through, you know, more extensive airline training again, type rating stuff. But I do keep the ATPL. So I don't downgrade in that regard. There you go, thank you. And Nikki, hello. Yeah, it's like only inactive, like paused, yeah. Yeah, yeah, okay, Jacob, no worries. Yeah, yeah, well, we got the answer. Oh, you just finished Worst Fish Cup? Okay, yeah, hope all is good. Yeah, so at Fish Cup, I did ask, I had to contact my friend yesterday regarding the IFR rating. And so the thing is that my SEP will get very close to end of so the final check ride and close to end of August. Now I said to my friend, hey, is it possible to do the IFR rating parallel, right? Because it takes about 5 flying hours. And so I'll do the IFR training at a different flight school. Well, not a flight school per se, but with a different instructor from a different flight school, and on different aircraft. So they have Garmin 1000 stuff, so we'll do the training there. And I know you guys are probably curious how much money it costs. These 5 flight hours charter, including instructions, will cost about 2,500 euros. And that's why I was kind of thinking, you know, is it worth it to go through that, or I'm just looking here. We've got the arrival 05. There's only 2 options here: the Zulu and the. I don't even have the Yankee chart for Queenstown. What about the Lido charts? Maybe we have a different one here. Lido. Let's approach. Yeah, Fish Cup, but yeah, look at this. Here we have the Golf Hotel, but we don't have approach. That's even more restrictive. 05. Here we don't even have the Yankee approaches. Right. Right, we'll have a look do a cruise flight, guys. Right. Let's have a quick look here. Yeah, nice. So we'll do the departure here. That was the let's have a quick look. Yeah, the ATVEF to Quebec, to ATVEF, and then we have that transition all the way to was it SAPTA? Yeah, it was SAPTA. Hayden, hello to you. I wish I had miles and more to play with. No, I don't. Alright, what I'm going to enter though for the New Zealand. Let's do the Queenstown. I'm going to enter the Zulu initially, just because I have it here. And that way, we're going to have to enter the Elruf 4 Alpha. I'll do that. Insert. Just so that I have a closed flight plan. That's all I want. Yeah, there we go. With the misapproach, fantastic. Good. Secondary flight plan. Do a quick copy active. And then, yeah, we'll do a quick return plan for Wellington. And here we do have the ILS Zulu 16, no star. And then on the fixed page, now we did say here, runway 16 only has a straight out AOCID. Yeah, also Fishcopy did say that I don't have to finish the IFR rating by the end of August. So there's always a couple of months of time to not having to start the whole IFR training again from scratch. So that was also good to know. But I don't know. I thought maybe if I do the the training parallel now, at least that keeps me flying, so that I get more experience as well with the Cessna 172 and so that's 16 track 161 25 knots. No, so normally the engine out procedure, what we were talking about, normally you would do that here in the, wow, it's really raining now, on the or the MCDU. So here we go, that's just straight out up to this point. By that time we should get radar vectors. Wow. Another thing is that I have a new profile. Now Pascal on our Discord, a real world A320 rated pilot, from what I gathered, went through extreme lengths to check the stick forces in the real aircraft. Pilot, that was you? Hang on, that was your profile? Like, yeah, how am I supposed to know that? How am I supposed to know that it was you? So yeah, you know what, can you just simply, in a few words, describe how you managed to get the profile? Now I have installed the currently the visuals. So CM1 side stick visuals by Pascal. You're an SME, okay? Yeah, no worries. But at least you had the chance to check a real world A320 side stick assembly and measure the forces throughout the whole range, the way it returns to center. And you've made two profiles, right? Well, actually more than that, but CM1, CM2, and then you have the evaluation and some other one. But you said on the other one, not the evaluation one, there may be an issue that when you let go of the stick and it returns to center, there may be a vibration in the stick. So I didn't want to try that yet. One thing I found immediately is what I like, because that's from my memory as well is that the forces are actually surprisingly high. So that yeah, it's a bit more than I would have done from memory. But I like that. I like the setup. So we'll see how it goes. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna butter all the landings now, but I do like the profile. So basically measured 4 side sticks units with a dynamometer at various deflections with the help of simulator iOS EFC's readout page. And then I combined all 4 values to an average. Nice. I mean, again, this is literally the closest imperial kind of approach you would get. You know, a scientific approach, not by feel, but actually measurements. And I think you're probably the first one that has done so. So big thank you for that, first of all. And then, yeah. It's available on flightsim.to if you have the AB9, Moser AB9 base. The profiles are on flightsim.to. Well, the thing is, so does it latch the Moser? I've not tried that. It doesn't latch the. It can't latch the Moser, right? So.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Captain Blackbox Invitation.
T-Ho, thank you so much, gifting us up to Mr. Brooks. T-Ho, thank you so much for that. Greetings, and I hope you're doing well. So not only the forces, also the way how the aircraft would react when you pitch and roll. There we go. So again, extremely scientific approach, because there's always a problem when you do it by feel. And so my memory probably has you know, played tricks on me. And so I guess my profile wasn't bad, but yeah, I guess I was a bit too hesitant to really, yeah, make the forces a bit bigger on the Moser. So I did up the firmware. Oh, wait, do you have the setting? Where do I find the setting for that? I'd love to try that out. So I have version 1.152. The tables. Okay, we'll go through that in cruise flight then. Yeah. Okay. Nice. Good. Let me quickly load the aircraft. So we're going to go instant on the fuel. 5.7 for the fuel value. Yeah, 5.7 is good. And then payload.
Boarding completed.
And 59.80 fuel and 33.0 is the CG. 59.8. Yeah, good. So we're going to enter that. 59.8.
Welcome aboard.
Okay, first I have to open the Moser app and thereafter I start the stick in the sim. Okay. Ah, well, maybe then I'll try offline. Yeah. 33, let's put 33.1 in here. And the fuel is 5.7. Good. Alright, thank you for your patience. We're almost ready to depart. And that is now... fill data from METAR, and then airport. Ah. I have to enter that manually. 16. There we go. So 16. Now we have the weather. It is raining, so the runway is going to be wet. Takeoff weight is 65.4, let's say. 65.4. Yeah, but I mean, I'd rather have the actual weather, because the sim brief may be old. CG is forward of, no, it's not, it's aft of 27. We can, let's do config 2, pretty NEO. Lewis, hello to you, greetings to you. Lewis, what have you been up to? Shout out to Lewis Daniel. Please check out his channel as well here on Twitch. We'll do flex, anti-ice on. Well, 12 degrees, but I mean, we are climbing up, so we'll leave. We don't have to switch it on until we get the 10 degrees or below. And we'll have packs. Packs on should be good as well. Can't wait. So it's giving us flaps 2, 55 on a flex. And the trim, we take from the trim wheel. So request. Okay, that doesn't work. So let me get a quick average wind 13020. Just so we have something to work with. So we have 33 zero fuel weight CG. What about takeoff CG? Takeoff CG is also 33. So 33 down here, that's about down 0.7, I would say. So let's go 2 and down 0.7. Yeah, config 2 literally is what I've always had with the Neos. Lewis, I'm doing well. Ah, okay, did a flight from Naples to Corfu. Nice. Cool, excellent. Yeah, Corfu with the new scenery? Or the Flight Tampa one? It's very cool. I love the... So we have 22, it was 2631. And I think that's 36. That's 33. And for the NADPs, we have in Wellington, we have 1550 and 3000. So it's NADP 1. And engine out 1600 feet. And the flex, did I add flex temperature? 55, no? 55. And then we've filled everything out. Secondary. Good. Fish Cop, honestly, I think I can only tell you the answer, because even the FENIX doesn't do that correctly. So I think it's a Microsoft, you know, and don't get me started on that, please. If you're interested, yesterday and today I did a lot of helicopter flying, because I've actually gotten hooked on helicopter flying now. So I've done a UE flight in DCS, in X-Plane, and in Microsoft Flight Sim. All very good add-ons to what the developer is commenting on. And even on Microsoft Flight Sim, they say they did program it to the fluid model, blah blah blah. And I did check in the Microsoft setting where you do have the vortex rotor state. You can activate that, and I have that active. So I on purpose got the helicopters on each of these 3 different flight sims into the vortex rotor state, and I'll explain that when I'm flying helicopters again exactly what that is. And the behavior is extremely different between Microsoft Flight Sim and DCS X-Plane. So DCS X-Plane feel very realistic, while in Microsoft, yeah, one of the first things I've noticed is that the helicopter can be controlled so much easier in Microsoft Flight Sim. So it feels, yeah, somewhat unrealistic in that regard. Yeah, DCS definitely, and X-Plane 12 as well. They have a much better simulation there, much more intense. Good, guys. Let's read the checklist. Let's go. So we have the cockpit preparation checklist. Gear pins covers removed, seat belts on. Fuel quantity, we have 5,680 kilograms balanced. Then the ADIRS, that doesn't work yet, so we have to hit ADIRS nav. Hang on, and the Barber ref. Oh, hang on, that should be, was it? And the weather here. 1005. 1005. 1005. And that is cockpit preparation checklist completed. Yeah, sounds are okay. And Boris made a sound set here? Oh, Boris made the sound sets. That would explain why it's good. Hey, Jora, wie geht's dir? Captain, do I need training for ATPL if I have it? What do you mean? Is that a serious question, Solomon? Sorry for laughing, but Flight Sim is Flight Sim, and real world flying is real world flying. 2 different worlds, completely different worlds. Okay. Can you use flight sims to practice to a certain degree? Yes, but it doesn't substitute the real world training. So, hey Stammer. Oh, Fishcop, yes, of course. You can always blame Bruno. Hope he's not here. He would be so mad. Oh, hang on. Is that modeled? Oh, that's modeled. Okay, that's modeled. That's modeled. Now, the only thing I'm wondering, why are my start switches, the master switch is not modeled? That is modeled, but I can't move the start switches there. Right. Let's get 2000 in here. Remember that we are on VATSIM. Yeah, Charlie transmitting. There's no control here. Just checked again. And then let's do the before start items. Fuel pumps on, transponder is on. And let's read the before start checklist. Parker brake is set. We have takeoff speed thrust 126, 131, 133, flex 55. And we have the trim. Oh, hey, disregard not the trim. The windows, doors closed. And the beacon is on, and that's the before start check is complete. And then we'll try that again here. Oh, those are removed. GSX. I mean, again, it's a freeware add-on, right? So a few things will look a bit different. And oh, that's okay. The switches are physically so the rotary, but yeah, not everything is modeled. Okay. I hope they're working on that. Yeah. Cool. All right, clearing up a bit. So we'll use that little window of opportunity. Gotta get used to these black aircraft liveries. Looks weird. The flight model is also still default a sober one. It did say something about other services needs to be finished. What services need to be finished? What's not finished yet? Departure operating stairs. What? Huh? What stairs?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard the Captain Black Box Infotainment Experience.
I don't know what stairs needs to be operated, but
Subscribers should now hit
hey
the
Mickey,
past
thank you so
first
much.
class. Thank you.
Almost a whole year. Champ, good evening, Captain Smile.
Thank you so much for the 11 months, almost a year. Mickey, wie geht's? Do we really just restart Quattle or something? What's happening? Yeah, it is. I agree. Why does it have to be so complicated? Another question I have for you guys. I know that not many of you, I guess, are flying helicopters and flight sims. Anyone flying helicopter in DCS by any chance? I know Forward is doing that because there are options to do shared cockpit in the Huey, for example, and the Chinook. The funny thing is, so the Huey doesn't have any kind of stabilization, meaning, hey, forward. Yeah, so forward. The question then is, I know that there are actually multiplayer servers, especially for helicopter missions, right? Because I would be looking into trying to get that going in the near future. Yeah, so forward, I was just saying that I tried the Huey in X-Plane, in DCS, and in Microsoft Flight Sim. All of them very good add-ons. And I tried to get, mess about with the aircraft a bit, to fly around, high speed, slowing down, landing. And the differences are, at least between, DCS and X-Plane 12 compared to Microsoft Flight Sim, there the differences are huge, right? So I found the Microsoft flight model a lot easier to fly with, and also the Vortex rotor state is very hard in X-Plane 12 to get out of, because there's a new escape technique if you get into that vortex ring state, as it's called, where they do say you apply your sort of kind of rudder opposite to the normal spin direction of the aft rotor blade, and then you do opposite kind of cyclic, right? So what you try to do, you try to get out of it by a lateral movement, left or right, and that way you can very quickly get out of that vortex ring state. But like I said, in X-Plane it was the hardest. In Microsoft it was the easiest, and DCS felt like the most realistic. Yeah, forward, please. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, I know Shifty Mover. Yeah, I know him as well. Yeah. Oh, there's also improvements in the Haley physics coming 12.4.5. Nice. Yeah, so the hardware that I'm using is the Mosa AB9 base, where I can actually select a profile that means the stick is not self-centering. So the stick actually stays in the position you point it at. And then you could use the trim disconnect in the settings to get the stick back to, you know, whatever speed you're flying, the stick back to center position. And then you can go from there and move the cyclic around again. Right, let's go engine to start. It says new helicopter physics. Okay, looking forward to that, guys. I can only say that I've messed about with the helicopters on a few occasions, but I got frustrated very quickly because I literally 50% of the time I got into that vortex ring state on landing, and then if you don't know how to recover out of it, you're going to crash. It just pushes you to the ground, straight down. And so over the last couple of days, I did some research, some self-study to get myself more knowledgeable on that topic, and it's quite fascinating. So now that I know how to try to avoid getting into that state, and it's not that difficult to stay out of that vortex ring state, or if I do get into it, now I have a recovery procedure which mostly works. It's so much fun. It is so much fun to fly because it opens up a lot more options. Right, after start flows, yeah. Engine oil is already warm.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start. You can
Oh yeah, and sorry for the collective. For the collective, I have the Whirlpool collective, base collective with a helicopter, kind of helicopter joystick. Flyby 757, you prefer the Pratt & Whitney engines. July 24th. Yeah, unfortunately, Hayden, I would love to come to the UK this year, but my time schedule is so busy at the moment because, like I said, my daughter is getting married in July. We've got friends coming over now. This week, I need to do some more flying, IRL flying. So I'm just not going to find the time to come to the UK. Right, let's get that armed. Flaps 2. And the trim was down. And then we'll do the flight controls. Wow, it's incredible how much more pull force on the. I like the. You know what, Drehstopilot? I love the dampening, especially sideways, the roll axes. Very nice. It does bring back some good memories, yeah. Great stuff. Right, all clear. Good. Let's read the checklist. Ulas, I just you know my friend who's going to give me some the instrument rating training for the Cessna. He's a Real World 747 training captain, and he was saying that he's got you know, good free time at the moment. He said, and I said, well then don't retire. Whatever you do, then don't retire, because then you don't have free time anymore. It is crazy. After start, anti-ice. Currently we have 12 degrees. No anti-ice needed. ACAM status is checked. We have pitch trim down 0.7. Yeah, and rudder trim is neutral. That's the alpha check is completed. Wellington traffic. Air New Zealand 711 taxiing runway 16 in Wellington. Is it New Zealand Air? What's the call sign? Air New Zealand? Air New Zealand, right? Or is it Kiwi or something? No, it's not. It's not Kiwi, is it? Someone here will know. You feel the inertia? Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Is it New Zealand? Thanks so much, Avima. Appreciate that. Here comes the brake check. Brakes checked. Speedbird. If in doubt, say Speedbird. Interesting. You know the incident in New York between the Speedbird, so the British Airways pilot, you know, doing low visibility operation stuff, right? Oh, hang on. Why's my tiller not working? We had one job. Is it under settings here? Hang on. Aircraft options. No. Yeah, but where? SIM options? Where is it? Realism. Realism. It's got to be realism, right? No, it's not realism. It's under... It is? Oh, there we go. Ah, legends. Fantastic. You guys are experts. Let's do airport here. Air ground chart. Here we go. So we're going to go... No, that's New Zealand. Hang on, that's Queenstown. Where's from? From airport. Air ground chart. There we go. So we're going to go right here on Alpha. Oh, that's easy enough. It is realism. Yeah, you found it. Cool. You've heard it's brave to use litho charts. I've used litho charts all my life, so it's nice that you called me brave, but I just got used to them. Right, here comes Max. That works as well. Nice. And then I'm going to get the radar on. Now that doesn't work yet. Leave that off, to be honest. But at least put the switch to PWS here. Auto, there we go. And then we go test normal. Southwest taxi, yes we do. Let's do the taxi checklist. Flight controls checked. Flap setting config 2. Radar PWS is, well, often auto. Engine mode selector normal. And ECAMing or takeoff No blue. That's the taxi checklist complete. Next is the lineup checklist. Ghost, yeah, see you. Full coverage to Frankfurt. Gonna be crazy, Frankfurt. Okay, so Star Miner, what you're hearing, that ding after you lift, shortly after liftoff, it's the landing gear being raised. And if you are flying as a passenger next time on a 320, have a look at the emergency exit lights. So when you raise the gear, you hear the ding dong, and then, or that ding, and then you see the emergency exit lights, the white background lights extinguish. The opposite happens when you put the landing gear down, and the landing gear is full extended, down locked. Then you hear again that that chime, and the emergency exit lights actually illuminate. Does MaxFlight support real light? Yeah. It's not perfect, but I mean, type exclamation mark meta space and then N November Zulu Whiskey November. You would get the live weather, which we should have here. On aircraft that doesn't have that chime, yeah, some have a procedure to toggle the seatbelts or something. Yeah. I've seen that as well. Just check the sound mixer. Well, it's actually set pretty loud here. Okay. So there's Alpha 2, and we're going to take Alpha 1 full length. No, it's not. The term, I don't like the term study level, Johnny. No offense, of course. Don't worry. I'm not bashing the term in general. It's more a matter of I don't know what it means. What's study level? Everyone has a different definition regarding study level. Right, there's no one in TCAS. Oh, because I don't have it on yet. So let's switch on the TCAS.
Flight attendants, please prepare for takeoff.
Wellington traffic, no correction, New Zealand 711, lining up departing 16 in Wellington. Oh, hang on. Push to talk. No wonder nobody can hear me. How come it doesn't register my inputs there? Always the same. Now it's got it. Wellington traffic, New Zealand 711, lining up departing 16 in Wellington. Yeah, that's what I mean, right? That's what I mean. Circuit breaker, yes, no. Work. Does it mean study level? Some say study level means if you have to study the manuals to actually fly the aircraft. Which, I mean, sure, you could define it that way. Strobes on. But that's what I mean with everyone has a different definition. Good, so lineup checklist, runway 16 is confirmed, full length. We have TCAS TARA, packs 1 and 2. I think we had an off one, so let's do it off. Are we ready? Let's go. Run in the chrono. Oh, nice effect here. The engine intake. Condensation. Thruster set, we have MSFS 55 SS runway. All the first blue. And that's checked. One. Rotate. Oh, nice. Yeah, love the feel of the rotation there. Pause rate. Gear up. Nice. And the weather. Whoa. It is not so nice today. Here comes thrust climb, all the thrusts, and it's NDP 2. Sorry, NDP 1. So we're still in SRS right now, and it's going to go to climb once we reach the 3,050 feet. Ab jetzt zieht sie's, yeah. I mean, there's people. I've heard people say in German language, "Was ist das Schönste an Frankfurt?" Gear up. But I mean, you know, everyone has a different view on that, right? So, yeah, there's some lovely, sayings out there. South Star. Hand flying's nice. Like how the how the aircraft flies. Beautiful. So the translation there was, here goes flap 0, speed check flap 0. What's the nicest thing about Frankfurt? Gear up. So, but I mean, personally, I don't have any issues with Frankfurt. Okay, so. I think it was 390. Let's do that. Let's go thrust down climb up blue 390. Favorite airliner? I don't have a single favorite airliner. Not in real world, not in the sim. I like many different add-ons. Right, we have these packs on. I'm going to take the no, not this one. Turn-offs off. Those stay on. We have the spoilers disarmed. What side stick am I using? So the base is the Moser AB9, and the stick itself, that's the FS Projects version 2. No, you'll be fine. Frankfurt is nice, don't get me wrong. So it's more a little bit of rivalry, right? It's just one of those fun quotes, right? We have the same between Hamburg and Bremen, so it is what it is. Jacob, okay, good observation. So the flex was 82.8 and the climb was 83, so just a tad higher. Yeah. Yeah, a bit of more convective clouds today, right? So I call them cauliflower clouds, and usually cauliflower clouds mean they're still expanding. So there's still a lot of moisture, warmer air going into the cloud, making it bloom more, and so that also then comes with more turbulence. 10,000 feet. Transition? What's transition altitude? Somewhere down here in the corner, there it is. 150. Sorry, 13,000. Jacob, I was just thinking. Is it this add-on where it doesn't blink? Because there are some add-ons that don't have that working properly, but I just want to make sure. Yeah, hey, Turk in the US. Yeah, right now at lower altitudes, of course, if you look at the MCT, so here comes MCT, that's 91.1. or 91.2 and climbs 87.3. And remember that once we get to higher altitude, all those values, so climb, MCT, and max power, pretty much equal. There is not any bigger difference at high altitude in those thrust settings. Upper flights now operate by City Air. Okay. Oh, you mean in Frankfurt? Have I been stung today? No, I've been stung. Oh, we should have put on engine anti-ice. Let's get that on while we fly through some clouds. So clearen, kopieren, servieren. So we go secondary copy active. Then we have a fix info to clear, but now we don't have to clear. And yeah, seatbelts. Yeah, we should go. We'll go seatbelts. It's now time for evening coffee. Yeah, never too late for coffee. But I was just starting a little conversation about the incident again regarding the Speedbird pilot in New York having a discussion with the tower controller about you know, the low visibility operations, and then the captain called Kelsey, who I think does very good videos as well. I like the way he explains stuff and has his own opinion, and you know, does not hold back to go against the mainstream opinion, which he did also in this case, because it kind of you know, got into the point where the public was saying that the tower controller was at fault, not knowing what LVO means and not knowing procedures and that sort of stuff. But Kelsey made some good points in that, you know, is LVO really an ICAO definition? Or is it maybe just EASA definition? Is the ICAO actually LVP, so low visibility procedure, as a definition? And is ICAO governing for all countries? No, it's not. Every country can have their own procedures. Now, ICAO tries to standardize everything throughout the world. But I mean, you know, you have countries that use meters instead of feet, all right? Well, those clouds. Now that would actually, if we had a weather radar working, I guess I would be worried now, because that looks sorry girls, boys and girls back there, we're gonna have to buckle you in again. If you're on a toilet, hurry up. Get back to your seats. No, Selma. I think in Russia these days it's feet as well now. I think they changed a couple of years ago. I've not flown over Russia for ages, so. Yeah, they are very dramatic, and then you look at the weather radar and it's hardly you see anything, right? I mean, it's not working here because I don't want to kill my FPS too much. Yeah, so he was making the point that the British Airways pilot, the way he was communicating with the tower was off, meaning he was stating facts and saying that because the RVR was, you know, 1,000 feet at the beginning or the midpoint, and that means that the airport or the tower has to declare low visibility operation to be in effect. Now, there are country rules that would give a framework for the airports at which point, that was in New York, sorry, New York JFK, where they should implement low visibility operations or low visibility procedures. Yeah, that's a question, Kartoffel. That's the question. Is LVO a term by the FAA, used by the FAA in their documentations, or is it LVP? Right. Now the thing is this. So I can understand the British Airways pilot to a certain degree because, let me just see if I have that on my website. There is a list. I don't have that published. There is a requirement, although hang on, I may have that somewhere else. I've made a document some time ago regarding low-vis operations. Let me have a look here. There we go. So this is right. Hey MAN, wie geht's dir? Greetings. And you're now in. Oh, what airport is that? So when we operate in bad weather, on takeoff, that is, right? We refer to a chart, a table that clearly says to us what we need in order to take off legally, okay? So you have two values. One of the values is, if you go and have a look at the JFK charts, well, just now we break out of the clouds. Hang on. I'm going to do that here. So we have a look at the clouds here. So if you go to your airport takeoff minimums page, right, it gives you the lowest RVR. Rijeka, Croatia. And I guess the weather's beautiful. Hey, Vilti, you passed your PPL exams. GG's. Hang on, I'll give you a round of applause for that. Well done. Well done. I can imagine you're happy. Well done. Great achievement. Yeah, so there's LVP as a definition, so low-vis procedures or low-vis operations. Now, okay, so if we have a look here, it's a bit confusing here for the, let's take 2 to right, for example, right? So the airport says, depending on what lighting you have available on the runway, right? Center line, high intensity runway edge lights. That's 500 feet, that's 1,000 feet, okay? Both RVRs need to be required and controlling, so the values have to be respected regarding the maximum values there. They have 3 or 4 engine, 1 or 2 engines, so a bit different there as well. Now, so here's one thing. So you have an airport minimum where certain things have to be checked regarding the availability, but also there's a chart for your aircraft and the pilot operation, right? So let's say, for example, if you look at the table here, between 700 and 900 feet, right, I would need runway edge lights, runway centerline lights. I would need, and here's the point, you see this? it says low visibility procedures in use. And I'm going to get back to that in a minute. That has to be confirmed anytime the visibility goes below 400 meters, respective 1300 feet. So, again, here's the airport definition, right? The airport will give you what's the lowest kind of visibility is. And I'll give you another example here for Frankfurt, because it's in meters. So takeoff minimums. And here, for example, is a little bit more simplified, okay? Again, it's referring to the lights available and the spacing between those lights. And then you have your minimum RVR values, right? So for takeoff, let's say you have an aircraft like the 787 that has approved lateral guidance system. So, you know, those visual cues, those visual pointers, right? The older A320s had that as well. So if you have that as an approved lateral guidance system for takeoff, which usually needs an ILS localizer beam in order for it to work, then it has 125 meters, right? Now, if you don't have that, or you don't have the 15 meter spacing for the lights, your minimum would be 150 meters visibility, so RVR, okay? Now, so another limitation, for example, if you go below 700 feet, would be the max crosswind, 10 knots. The RTO system needs to be working, right? Flight directors must be on, etc. Now it's these things, some of these values, they are coupled to the aircraft and the pilots. They have nothing to do with the tower, right? So tower may look at the RVR and say, right, 700 feet, my runway lights are working, cleared for takeoff. Right, 50 knots crosswind, cleared for takeoff. Then you as the pilot, you would have to say, hang on, sorry, I'm only allowed to take off up to 10 knots crosswind. I can't take off. Or you could say, the runway's contaminated. I can't take off. Or my automatic RTO auto brake system doesn't work. The tower doesn't know that, right? So the tower doesn't know it. Hence, you, the pilot, you're responsible from your side to check your requirements, check the airport requirements, and if everything says go, you can take off. Now, one of the items, like I said, one of the items is it says low vis procedures must be in use. Exactly, ATC aren't pilots, exactly that. So there are things ATC is responsible for, and there are things pilots are responsible for. Now, the British Airways pilot was very likely referring to this phrase here, because the RVR was below 1300 feet. He said, I need to make sure that low-vis procedures at the airport are in use. How do you know? Well, for example, it could tell that on the ATIS, right? Somewhere in the ATIS, it may say LVP or LVO in use. Why is that important? Well, it makes sure that all of the safety areas, so the Cat 2-3 holding lines, for example, are illuminated and respected and monitored, right? So if anybody goes across, be it a vehicle or be it an aircraft, goes across that Cat 2-3 stop bar, tower would be informed automatically. There would be a warning, and then they could tell an aircraft to go around or tell an aircraft to abort the takeoff, or not give the takeoff clearance, right? So the pilot was stating he was trying to get the tower to confirm that the low visibility operation or low vis procedures were in force. And the tower was like, I don't know what you mean, right? So I guess the tower didn't understand the abbreviation LVO. And Casey was making the point that you can't blame the controller not knowing what LVO means if that's not a term being used in the US. So if in the US it's LVP, or there was another abbreviation somewhere else, SMICS, so Surface Guidance Control System, whatever. I never heard that one. Interesting. So SMICS, never heard of it. But so it's a thing of communication again. It's a communication issue, if you like. So I would agree that on one hand, it's probably the fact that the British Airways pilot was very pushy in his communication, like saying he was like treating the control tower as if he didn't know what he was, talking about and doing in the tower, didn't know his procedures, while the tower controller may actually have done everything correctly, right, according to his procedures. And so,
Ladies and gentlemen, once again from the flight deck, the captain speaking.
yeah,
We've just reached our cruise
I guess one thing that could have clarified it would have been to explain in a more normal kind of tone and ask, hey, tower, do you have low visibility procedures or operation in use? I think if you had actually used the term low visibility procedures right from the start, then the tower probably would have caught on and said, hang on, I know what you mean, right? Yeah, Hayden, I mean, irrespective of that, I'm just quoting now this very kind of, incident. So it's in my eyes, it's typical, exactly, use plain English, like plain language, right? It's something similar in the lines regarding the Lufthansa was A340 or the A350 that diverted from San Francisco to Oakland because they had also a communication issue where they kind of got into an argument about not being allowed to fly visual, at nighttime. And so that wasn't correct. The pilot was stating his own company limitations, which was correct, but he was phrasing it wrong. So that way the tower was saying, well, if you can't follow visually, then I can't use the lower separation minimas, then, well, you're going to have to go to fly holding or divert, right? And it's a shame. It's a shame that we see these incidents happen from time to time, where we could definitely kind of, break it down to a communication issue, right? Yeah. So, fuck Brand Total, right? It's a failure to communicate. Exactly, right? But I just wanted to clarify now, I don't want to blame anyone here, and I don't want to say, either person was correct or wrong. I'm just saying that, yes, there are things that are, required for the pilots. They need to check that under certain conditions. And yes, the tower will not know of certain limitations that the pilots have to follow. Because, yeah, you're right, I mean, because, it's a flying thing. It's not so much an ATC issue, right? No, they did, Yamasaki. They did want to fly the ILS, but the tower said, I can't do that because I have so much traffic. If I let you fly the ILS, then I can't do the parallel approaches, and then I have to increase the spacing between you and the other aircraft, and I can't do that right now, so you're going to have to fly holding. And then, so the Lufthansa was flying holding, and then was running out of fuel. So they had to divert to Oakland. So the Lufthansa pilot, I think at one stage said, hey, when can we expect the approach time? Because we have to make a decision to stay or divert. And so the controller said, well, what's your alternate? And the pilot said, well, Oakland. I said, well, there we go. You have to go to Oakland, right? They should just disconnect from VATSIM. Yeah, no, I mean, IRL, you can't, right? So, yeah, baby Boeing. So normally what I would do, first of all, in the preparations and when, maybe even taxiing out, and I hear visibility 1,000 feet or below 4 meters, I'll try to get in the latest ATIS and then look at the ATIS and see, oh, does the ATIS say low vis in force? And if not, then I would ask the tower and I would say, hey, I've just checked the ATIS and the visibility is 1,000 feet, and on the ATIS it doesn't say low visibility operation or low visibility procedure are in use. Could you check, please? right? And then you could go from there. Now, a different example. I'll give you another example. I've told the story 2 or 3 times already. Paris. Now, I'm not bashing Paris, okay? Charles de Gaulle. I'm not. I'm just saying this happened to me IRL. We're taxiing out. The sun had just set. Officially, it was nighttime. But there was still some residual light. So it wasn't completely dark, right? You could still look outside and see the taxiway. You could see the runway. But it was officially nighttime. Now, nighttime means for takeoff, I need runway edge lights and the end lights to judge my distance from the threshold of the runway, from the side of the runway, and also the end of the runway. Because if I have an engine failure, then I need all the visual cues I can get to stay on the runway. Okay. Now, we taxied onto the runway, and while we got the line-up clearance, we already got a takeoff clearance. So tower said, Lufthansa so-and-so, keep it rolling. Runway, I think it was 9 right, cleared for takeoff. So I checked the approach sector clear. We did the cabin crew, prepare for takeoff or departure, did the checklist. I taxied onto the runway, and I was like, something's wrong. I couldn't initially, because I could still see the runway, but initially I was thinking something doesn't look right. And so I put the thrust lever to idle, stopped the aircraft, and I said, hey, something's not right. and my co-pilot said, yeah, the lights aren't on. The runway lights aren't on. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. Tell the tower to switch on the runway lights. So my first officer says, tower, please switch on the runway lights. And the tower said, oh, monsieur, sorry, I totally forgot. Yes, of course. It's going to take a couple minutes, but you can take off. Cleared for takeoff. And I said, no, I can't. Right? And that's another thing, don't tell someone you can do something and kind of, make it an assumption that everything's good, you can do something. Because if I taken off, let's just do the following. We take off, we have an engine failure at low speed, a lot of yaw moment. I try to stop the aircraft, but we go off the runway. Now, it would have mattered if the lights were on or not. We would have got off the runway, let's say. Okay. However, then the investigations comes on and says, we checked the voice recordings and the ATC tapes. You took off without the lights being on, which is a clear violation of rules and regulations. So that then puts me, as the pilot in command, into a very bad spot. Right? Irrespective of if I could have recovered the aircraft or not, lights being on or not. Okay. So the you have, as a pilot as well, you have to make sure that you tell the tower if there's something that you can't do. So for the Speedbird, in the end, the pilot, did the right thing. He said, I can't confirm by normal means that the low visibility operation, the low vis procedures are in force. I can't assume that simply because you say, I don't know, or I don't care. So I can't confirm that, but my procedure says I need to confirm that. Hence, I cannot take off. So the tower told him to vacate the runway at the next taxiway. All good, right? So the pilots did their due diligence. But in the end, yeah, it was a communication problem. And it could have been resolved a lot easier, I think. But hey Steppke, Dankeschön. Ich danke dir für deine 37 Monate. Vielen, vielen Dank. But for me, it was interesting. It was interesting to listen to that again and see how that kind of escalated in a sense. And I understand both parties. And unfortunately, oh yeah, another thing. Just simply because 10 aircraft are taking off in these conditions does not mean they are correct and me, who says, hey, hang on, my documents and my regulations say I can't take off at in this configuration. Thank you, Emmy. Yeah, I can't do that. So I'm going to step down. I'm going to say, well, even if those 10 aircraft take off, it doesn't matter. I've got my regulations, and I don't feel comfortable right taking off right now. I need to clarify that, so I just refuse to take off clearance. Okay. Yeah, baby bug. That's what it says on in my documents as well, right? What if you did not realize? Yeah, I mean, yeah, Jacob. Then if I hadn't realized, it would have put me in a bad spot. Yeah. Then I could have filed a report, but in the end, like I said, it would have put me in a bad spot, right? But it's interesting. In aviation, honestly, sometimes the things that are happening in aviation and the things you come across from time to time is unbelievable. So let's have a quick look here. That's from 1730. Yeah, that's good. We have 05011, so runway 05 is still in use. We have good visibility, overcast 44, 4 degrees, 1021. Okay, guys, so although, no, maybe hang on before I say something wrong. I was going to give you guys the option what we're going to fly. But the thing is, I only have... So I have runway 05 Yankee or Zulu. I don't have a Golf hotel approach in here. So legally speaking, I can only fly the Zulu or Yankee approach. So we'll keep things legal here. So, but I mean the focus. I mean the other approach here is beautiful as well. Okay, I can scroll further. Let's see. No. Yeah, no, that's all I have, I'm afraid. Yeah, I can imagine Frankfurt's being busy. Okay, so we have... Oh, we don't... Hang on. What's the Navigraph? Navigraph... approach... Low. What is happening? Yeah, so the only thing for the 05 is Zulu approach. So I don't have the Yankee, anything like that. I just have the Zulu. Okay, so that's the only option we have. Meaning we're going to fly the 4 Alpha RMP arrival to Ibabu. And then from there, we are going to fly that approach. Cool. Decision's been made. Yeah, you can select both in the EFBS. So that's quite neat, actually. I agree. So I'm just going to check Zulu 05, and we're going to take the Airroof 4 Alpha. So I'm going to check all the waypoints quickly. Where's my top descent? MAN is keeping an eye on me there. Yeah, fantastic. So we have Airroof. Then the lowest is 86 to Equinox. Then we've got Kazlu, Mapga. Then we have Olbuk, Afga, and Ibabu. And the first restriction we have is Ibabu, between 12 and 10,000 feet. Cool. So that's what we are going to do. And on the Lido charts real quickly, let me have a look here. Because of the transition altitude level is 150. Perfect. So I can go here. Yeah, 15,000. Perfect. We had a stutter at 100 feet, which made the airplane pitch up like 10 degrees. No. How do you feel? So we want to have the weather. So we did say, actually, yeah, let's go weather here. We have the meter. So it is 1021. We have yeah, I mean, the thing is, I don't know why, honestly. I always did it through the MCDLex page. You can scroll through. I think it became because of the sim here, because then I have to adjust the viewpoint in such a manner. But yeah, you are correct, of course. You can do it here, the plan page. I'll show you in a minute. 050 at 11. Let me just finish this thought process here. And then we have the minimum RMP Zulu is 2330. 2330. There you go. I'll do that config for. Yeah, so if we go Lex page or flight plan page here, then we can scroll through. And you can see, yeah, the first restriction here. There we go. So between 12 and 10, then we have Quebec number 577, 10,000 above. Then the lowest is 9,200 to Zada. And then on the way to Tepec, it's 8,200, correct. And it says too steep path, so we could do something with that. With a drag, you know, maybe flaps out or something. Or speed brakes. Then we got Panto, 7.1, correct. And then we have Dubeck 6.3. We have Mopka at 5.5. Then we go down to Omubo, and that's our final approach point, 3,100. And from there, it's a 3.2 degree profile. Correct. All the way down to minimums. And track, then there's a bit wobbly track, 037 initially. And then it's a bit of a curved approach to the runway. Missed approach point is the runway 05. That's the missed approach point. And then we follow the coded missed approach procedure, 150 knots. Then lip to 6,000 above. Max 145 it says there actually. Okay. And then we continue 560. Yeah, 560 Tunri 9,000 below. Yeah, add to below 9,000 ATC restrictions, correct. And then we continue climb later on up to 10,000 feet. Okay, so that's all done. That's all correctly programmed. Good for us to fly in nav mode as well. Let's descend, shall we? So we're going to go down. We are going to have a look here. And we're going to press on that. And let me have a look at the grid altitudes here. So we are here. We have 9.6 grid. Where's my grid here? There's 10.5. So let's go down to 13,000 lowest initially. So 130.
From the flight deck, ladies and gentlemen. As you may have noticed, we have begun our initial descent down to our destination. Now would be a good time to wrap up any business you need to take care of as we prepare for our approach. If you are up, once you return to your seat, we ask that you remain seated until the aircraft arrives safely at the gate. Flight attendants, please prepare the cabin for
Just getting a drink here. Yeah, the clouds look nice, I agree. Ooh, nice terrain coming up here. Beautiful. MAN, yeah, so the big thing is, I mean, you weren't here at the beginning, so one thing I wanted to check is because somebody made me aware that the FBW A mod now supports engine out SIDs. And Queenstown actually has a special engine out SID, which is now programmed by someone, a flight enthusiast or sim enthusiast that has programmed that for us. And I'll demonstrate that after we've landed and we do a procedure to fly back to Wellington, but we're not going to get there, spoiler alert, because we are going to program in the secondary flight plan the engine out SID that's stored here in the box. And then I'll try to fly that accordingly. Performance-wise, now I have restricted FPS to 50 because I saw earlier that if I have my usual 60 FPS limit, then the FBW here, it gets up to 58, 56, but not the 60. And then I get these little stutters, which I don't like. So now I've got the 50 FPS, and for me here on my display, it's a lot smoother. It's actually smoother from what you can see here on the stream. So this to me is completely smooth. There's no lags, no little stutters. Very nice. No, it's always frame gen, Avimar. Always frame gen on. So it is still heavy on FPS. They have still not, completely improved on that. Let's do landing. Actually, let's do that from METAR. Hang on, METAR. There we go. That looks good. Runway 05, and we have the landing weight 63.4. Yeah, maybe even less. Let's put 63 tons landing weight. And we'll do flap config full. Oh wait, no. Approach speed in knots is what's the approach speed in knots? Was it 140 initially? Let me just put that in. Performance approach speed 132 actually. No. I have that on DLSS, quality preset M. Yeah. I don't use TAA mode, no. Yeah, so ever since the ghosting has become much better with the preset M, it's not perfect, but it has become a lot better. Ooh, hang on. Oh, so we need at least medium. And I remember that, didn't we have a little overrun incident on the, was it on the PMG or the an X-plane? Yeah. But the thing is, we have available 1,700 meters, so 8. So that's already with auto brake medium. We'll select that, but we're going to be ready to go max manual if we flare a bit longer. So we'll take auto brake medium here. Brake medium selected. Yeah, Flybe 757, no worries. I know it's World Cup time, so, but that's why we have the video on demand. You can rewatch that tomorrow or whenever you like. Yeah, but what resolution are you running, Avimar? Yeah, 2K, okay. Maybe it's because I'm running 4K. I don't know. You're not leaving just yet? Okay, wonderful. Look at that, beautiful. Ah. Looks so nice. Lovely. You like the black? I don't know what. I mean, yeah, it's different, isn't it? I mean, I agree with that. It is definitely different. But I don't think I don't like black colors for some reason. Dark blue would be okay, but black, it's not mine. ATC com. Hang on, what? Do we have direct ATIS? Ooh, hang on. I haven't tried that for ages. Oh, no ATIS received. Okay. So then what? Then I have to set under settings somewhere again. Hold on. There we go. That's AOC. Let's take meta source. Meta source. Try that. But I don't think we're going to get the weather, do we? No. Now let's go back. Do we have the option to go flight request? No. Connections. That's AMC. There we go. That's what I wanted. Yeah, here we are. Now we're on the right menu. I did, yeah. I actually have A levels. I don't have Deutsches Abitur. I have A levels. So my father was a German Air Force pilot. And he was an instructor on the Tornadoes. And so we're in Cottesmore in 1981 to about 1986. Yeah, let's try the printout. Here it comes. That's a nice feature as well. I do like that. Yeah. Cool. But we filled out everything on the approach page there. Looking good. RATNAV. It's an RNP approach, but generally we don't need to set anything. But I don't think it would be wrong to maybe set Quebec November. Yep. Let's set Quebec November. Let's hack that in here, make that manual 13.6. And here it is, 11 miles. Good. Let's get everyone strapped in. I can already get the lights on before I forget later on. Midland, well, yeah, Midlands, you could say that, yeah. Near, well, it's a triangle between Leicester, Peterborough, a little bit north is Grantham, a little bit south of Rutland Waters was a lake, kind of a horseshoe lake. That's a little bit more, or stands out a bit more near there. Henry, good evening. How are you? Herr Lee, Gute. Aber du warst vorhin nicht da, das ist okay. Späßle gemacht mit Frankfurt. Betonung auf Späßle gemacht. Alles gut. No, there's no need to watch replay anything neatly. All good. No, we come to the conclusion that we all love Frankfurt. No, I think I would get in trouble with you, Lee, if I just quoted something. It's not my personal opinion, okay? It's just a quote that I heard in the flight deck once. So, but I have to admit I laughed. So I am somewhat guilty. Yeah, let's just leave it at that, Lee. Nothing important, really. It's nothing major. Nothing major. So, Lee, wie geht's dir? Hope you're doing okay. Hope all is good. There you go. Now all messages gone. All right, here comes altimeters. So 1021. That's not bad. It's actually doing well. We live on the lower end of the speed bracket. I was just about to say it's descending quite nicely, but it's still on idle power, so not too bad. Well, not too bad. It's not the worst I've seen in that regard. Henry flying to Kai Tak. Oh, nice. Oh, it's already 28 years anniversary of the airport's closure. Wow. How's the weather? Hope all is good. I'm going to check the temperature. +4 TAT. Going to go into clouds, so do need engine and TIs on. Out star. Now I'm going to continue to send to, let's go all the way down to 3,100. Final approach point altitude. And now we just let the flight management guidance system do the descending, including the restrictions. So that should work now. Ah, okay, so high thrust is the similar thing. Okay, thanks, Ghost. Not a problem. Not a problem. Nice. But, you know, so the only thing I'm really criticizing here is the FPS performance for me. So 4K monitor, let's say. Not quite, you know, where it should be, but otherwise, I mean, it's a free add-on, and it's good. It's a very good add-on. Yeah, the dual cooling. Okay, so so the cooling is there. You know that it's there to straighten out the inner shaft of the engine, to make sure the rotor bowing is corrected, because when an engine cools down in the middle shaft, the heat stays on the upper part of the shaft, while, you know, it's like hot air, cool air, right? So the lower side will cool down quicker than the upper part, and so the upper part is still expanded, the lower part contracts, so you get a bowing, right? And so if that starts rotating, there would be a vibration occurring, which could potentially damage the engine, right? So if you rev it up at higher RPM, so what it's done is at lower RPM, it's being turned using the starter, but there's no fuel injection, no ignition, meaning it's just doing a motoring, okay? Hence the cooling. It forces colder air through the inner system and then straightens out the shaft. Now, it takes a while, depending on how long the engine was switched off. You could potentially look at almost 2 minutes cooling time, right? And so imagine if you do one engine after the other, alt constraint, descent blue, look at that. So if you do, you know, one engine after the other, you're potentially looking at 5 to 6 minutes engine start time. Which of course then delays maybe other people's pushback. Okay, so they've come up with a dual cooling button on top here, where you do the normal engine start procedure. So let's say you start engine 1 first. Before you do that, you switch on the dual cooling, then you start engine 1. However, what it does, even though the master switch 2 is still in the off position, it still opens up the number 2 start valve. So it's actually motors both engines, right? However, there's zero fuel injection into the engines, and both engines just motor and cool. So after the engine that has the longer cooling time, once that cooling time has elapsed, the engine 2 start valve closes, the engine 1 start valve still remains engaged, and then the engine 1 goes through the normal startup cycle, right? And then, you know, then you would have start engine 1. Here comes flaps 1, speed check flaps 1, and then you start engine 2, and then the engine's already cooled, right? And so now the engine can start up faster, and that's the idea between, or the oh, hang on, why is it going into vertical speed? Let's go back into descent alt magenta. Yeah, so I've got to help maybe a little bit with speed brakes because of the steep descent here. A little bit speed brakes. Beautiful, look at that. A little bit above path, so we try to correct that here. The CFMs, no, they don't have that issue with rotor bounding. While the IAEs do. They always do a 30-second... Oh no, Lee, did listen. How did you find that? And now I feel bad. Speed brake's going back in. And again, Lee, it's not my opinion, okay? I have nothing against Frankfurt. Descent out much. So it jumps into, that's a bit strange. It still jumps into vertical speed from time to time, so you have to reforce it back into descent, managed descent mode. But there we go. The airport is at the end of the lake here. Still doing good. Let's go flaps 2. Speed is checked, flaps 2. But we're going to keep the speed around 180 so that we continue to descend here. Okay, a ghost, thank you. Yeah, okay. So we have to keep on pushing. Manage descend. Out constraint, descend. Yeah, okay, I get it. Yeah, you're right. Right, thrust idle descent, out magenta. After that, it's looking good. Engine anti-ice can go off again. Oh yeah, we have to read the checklist. So let's do the... approach checklist. Bow ref, QNH 1021. Set and checked 2 times, 3 times checked. That constraint, descent blue. Now it's got descent out blue. It didn't go into vertical speed, strangely enough. Okay. Can slow down a bit further. Seatbelts on, minimum bar row 2330 feet, auto brake medium, engine mode selector normal. That's the approach checklist complete. Hey, the pilot lad, what do you mean? Oh, come on. Thank you so much for the support. The jingle hasn't come through yet, but maybe you didn't share that, pilot lad. Oh, there it is. Pilot lad, thank you so much. 41 months of support. I hope you're doing well. Hope everything's good with you. Right, 5,000 feet.
Oops, already wrote in chat.
No worries, okay. Thank you, Sean. Thank you so much. Yeah, that's true. An in-game checklist obviously is a lot better to handle than beautiful. What a gorgeous approach. Rightio. Okay, I'm going to go flaps 3 here. A bit more drag. Seems to be a little bit struggling with the path. So make sure we get down. And then, in the end, we can press now the approach button.
2,500.
Alright, that's wrong though. it shouldn't show. Okay, so it doesn't do approach nav. Alt star. So let's continue then down to 2,400 minimums. Descent out magenta. Yeah, yep. All flight path angle. Okay, that's also good. All right, let's go flight path angle then. So flight path angle minus 3.2. Here's coming gear down. Speed matched.
Flight attendants, please prepare for landing.
And flaps full, speed checked. Flaps full. Let's check the cabin. On that one. Landing checklist, EKMM, landing no blue. And let's do some flying, shall we? Manual thrust. Manual flight. And again, we're using our profile here. It's a new profile from Pascal or Drehstuhl Pilot. Very nice. So we're going to go up 9,000 for the limit. Initial limit, 9,000. Missed approach. Yeah, runways inside. Here comes power. Continue 2 white, 2 red. Now we go back on normal path. Ground speed 123, that's around 650, 700 feet per minute. Ground descent rate should be good. Checklist completed, lights are on, cabin is prepared and seated.
1,000.
1,000 is checked, trying to get stable here. Trying to get to the right power values, which is not that easy. 50%. Right, I can really recommend that Moser profile. If you have the Moser AB9, and Drehstuhl Pilot, if you like, post your link to your preset on flightsim.to. Looking good. Very nice. Let's get wind is slightly from the left, not much. Oh, careful with speed.
Retard.
Yep.
5.
One thing that's weird, it's not the profile itself, it's the aircraft. So I've got spoilers, just no reverse engine 1. It feels kind of delayed. Manual brakes in the action.
Auto brake off.
And then it's not floaty, it's kind of pitching up weirdly, or pitching down weirdly. Excuses. Yeah, but you try it out. You let me know, because I have a feeling you do an input, and there's a lag, and then it kind of pitches up or down faster than I would normally imagine. That's the thing. I don't think Avimar, I would quite say the opposite. It's not that direct. It's delayed. It felt delayed, and then maybe because it was delayed, I did more than I needed. Then it was kind of, pilot-induced oscillation. That's what happened, really. But I didn't want to flare for too long, so I'd rather take into account a little bit more positive touchdown. Yeah, I would have to do more land. And again, I haven't landed this thing for ages. I've not flown the mod for half a year maybe. So this was the first landing. I didn't even make a call. I didn't hear anyone, so I didn't bother with calling anyone. No, I have to do that offline, Jacob, because honestly, it's probably going to take a few minutes for me to get into the correct menu and understand what I'm supposed to simulate, how it's supposed to latch. Because I'm pretty sure physically there aren't any pins or anything that latch the stick here. Hey man, ja, ich wünsche dir einen schönen Urlaub. Dankeschön fürs Vorbeischauen. Liebe Grüße. No, there's no... Well, there is an after landing checklist. It just has one item, and that is the radar PWS off. And that's the after landing checklist completed. So here, after landing. Go the second to the left, and then we'll go... Not camp out. Give me... Most useless checklist, yeah, I agree. Let's go. Do number 2. Oh, no follow me. Thank you. Playing this is good. Right, there's our parking spot. You can see that already. Let's start the APU. Oh, where's my click spot? There it is. Strobes off. TCAS. Oh, can do that here. Is my ramp agent in the terminal again? Yeah, I guess so. Okay, so stay tuned, guys. We're not going to do a full... Well, we're going to do a full flight in the sense we're going to take off and land. But we're not going to fly all the way back to Wellington. What we are going to do, we're going to demonstrate that engine out SID function here. So we prepare, we pretend we're going to fly to Wellington, but the idea is then to demonstrate the engine out function here. Which only at the moment, there's only, well, I only got Queenstown working. Wellington is supposed to have, for runway 34, an engine out SID in the FMS. I couldn't find that, or couldn't get that installed. But at least it did work for the Queenstown. Right, let's get D-boy. And let's read a parking checklist. Parking. Parker brake or chocks. Parker brake is set. Engines are off. Fuel pumps off. And that's the parking checklist completed. Let's pretend we get wheel chocks. Jacob is probably a mapping issue. So settings. Right, we're going to log off VATSIM, by the way, because for the engine out, we'll do it offline. Yes, again, I'm using NVIDIA DLSS Super Resolution Quality, and I use the M profile. 2 times, limit 30 times 2, so 60 FPS limited. I wanted to... What did I want to do now? Oh yeah, the mapping here, controls. Ghost. No worries, Ghost. Maybe next time. Ghost, have a good one. Thanks for saying hello. Thanks for being here. So, search point input. Okay, let's try that again. Okay, let's try this one. So what's this one doing? Nothing either. Let's go and do that. Let's go through. Let's go power management, and then it's going to be throttle. Good. Okay, so toggle thrust reverse. That's 11. Yeah, so it should toggle both levers really. And then throttle 1 decrease is missing. That is missing. So let's do that. It's kind of doing more than one. So the question is, what button is that? Let me go have a look at Sim App Pro. Let's go into here. So it's number 40. So it should be, so this one is 41. And input repetition I need to do. So here's going to be 40. So throttle 1 decrease. We'll do that manually. So we'll select 40. Where's 40? Huh? Joystick, there is 40. There it is. And then input repetition, go back. So now it should be okay. Let's have a look. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. So now both reversers should be working. Thank you. Good. Just going to go and do a quick flight plan for the simulated return, and then I'll show you how to get the engine out procedure, or how at least I would do it. I'm not saying every pilot will do the same. I'm just saying, to my understanding, this is how I would program the engine out SID. So that is now generated, and we can go import SimBrief data. Not impossible due to boarding or refueling progress. You're joking. All right, then I guess we'll stop that. So we've seen that, right? All good, all nice. So let's do that. Again. Ah, there we go. Right, so there we go. So we got Queenstown to Wellington, and it's going to be departure 05. Okay, so if I go init now, init request, uplink in progress. So it'd be kind of known procedures initially, right? And let's also pretend then that we're going to go fuel instant. Fuel instant. So fueling has been done. And let's do passengers fast. Although, can we do it through here? Let's do this one. Good. Okay, so here's the flight plan. So we're expecting about 59 tons as a fuel weight. 59. There it is. Oh, it needs a slash. Here we go. Oh, you need both values here. It's a bug. Yeah. So let's just put something. Let's put 27. We have to correct the CG later though. And then for the fuel, it's about 5.9. Actually, what we have that in here, 5.9. And then alternate fuel is 1.9. With extra fuel as always. Now, here we go. So, we're initially going to prepare for the normal departure. Okay, so we're going to enter as usual. Now, oh, this I don't like this departure route. Hang on, because it draws a funny thing on the nav display. I did have a different routing initially. Hang on, just SimBrief always does that. It often chooses the worst kind of routing. So let me go the yeah, let's go with the Gixel 3. So let me generate that. And then let me just reload the SimBrief quickly. So here we go, import. There we go. So that is the Gixel 3 departure. So initially it's a visual climb procedure, all right, around that hill, and then we go to the Queenstown VOR, but under there it's visually, and then from there on, from Queenstown, then we have a instrument procedure. Okay. So it says follow the Kawarau River, turn left abeam the Morven Hill, continue left track 085 to Queenstown VOR, and cross Queenstown VOR between 4,300 and 11,000, max 180 knots. Routing then track 085 to Actam, max 210 at Actam, and so on. All right. Oh, the landing, yeah, I don't know, the pitch felt a bit weird. It's... yeah, I don't know. I blame... oh, you can't do that one. Okay, it doesn't matter. I can do this though, right? I can go... we'll do it this way. So New Zealand 712. Cost next doesn't matter. Let's do 23. Level. What level do we have? Planned is level 390. Good. And again, we are expecting 59 tons. And we have 5.9. Yeah, we'll still be good. 5.9. I don't think it does forward. Ja, Svenja, mach's gut. Vielen Dank fürs Zuschauen. Ich wünsche dir weiterhin gutes Durchhaltevermögen. Bald sind Ferien, hast es geschafft. Und dann sehen wir uns im September. Mache ich tatsächlich. Ja. Den Kaffee genieße ich mindestens einmal die Woche aus der schönen Tasse. Vielen Dank. So we're going to go with Queenstown departure. So again, normal departure 05 initially. Yeehaw. And you can already see here, here it says EO05, and that is then the engine out procedure. Now we're not going to do that right here on the primary page. On the primary, we're going to go with the normal departure route, and we'll go to Timjo. So that's the normal one. And again, it has a discontinuity in here because of that visual segment. Okay, that is completely normal here. All right, so it looks like this. There's a big hole, right, until we get to Queenstown. Okay, so visually, and then Queenstown, that's where the... der Cup im Sim. Okay. Ja, stimmt. Havanna. Aber ich meinte, Im richtigen Leben genieße ich den Kaffee aus deiner Tasse da. Du weißt, was ich meine. Good. So, yeah, arrival would be, it would be Warts for Delta. We take the Zulu ILS 16. We take the Warts arrival for Delta and transition. Okay. That's good enough. Okay. So now what we do, we do the the normal thing. We go secondary flight plan, copy active. So now the secondary flight plan is exactly the same as the primary. However, here comes the difference now. So what we're going to do here on the secondary, we're going to go with runway 05 again, but this time we are actually going to select the engine out procedure. Okay, so runway 05, engine out. Now it says transition Timjo, it doesn't really matter because we're not going to fly. Now you're going to say, oh, hang on, where is it? Okay, so we're now showing the primary flight plan. Let me go to secondary flight plan. And now, let me zoom in here. Now we can actually see in white the engine out instrument departure. So it's a special procedure because normally, most often, if the terrain permits, you just go straight ahead, accelerate at a certain altitude, clean up the aircraft, and then climb to safe altitude, and then make your decision. So here now, since we have a lot of terrain around the airport, we just seen that on the arrival, that's our biggest challenge with the engine failure. So here's the departure runway, right? So assuming we would be in clouds here, let's say we have a very low ceiling, okay, so that we can just barely fly the initial part visually. But we can then say, okay, in case we have an engine failure, where do we need to fly in order to stay safe, to be clear of all the obstacles? So airlines do have the option to program a engine out procedure that allows their pilots to use the nav mode. So you can see they have fixes in the database that the aircraft will overfly. Right. Now, why do airlines sometimes do that? Well, it helps in these special cases. It helps the pilots reduce their workload. Because imagine if you wanted to define that kind of engine out procedure by radials and tracks and so on. Right? You would tell the pilots, runway track until 3 miles, or let's say you would have to define, there's no DME here, so that's the only VOR DME you have. So then you would have to define a radial and a DME from that. So runway track until you cross radial 150 out of Quebec November, then turn left, blah blah blah, and so on, right? So it would put the pilots into big issues regarding tracking the correct engine out path. And the problem is, if the aircraft is very heavy, climbs very slowly, especially then when you turn the aircraft, the G-loading on the wings makes climb performance worse. Right? Any navigational error that brings you then off course and then suddenly could hit a mountain. Right? And so that's what has to be avoided. And if the airline gives you an engine out SID in the database, that way pilots can use that function on the secondary flight plan. And when you actually have the engine failure, you activate the secondary flight plan, press the nav button, and the aircraft will track exactly that predefined track, which is very neat. Good. So that's the theory. So again, primary flight plan, normal departure with 2 engines as briefed, and we would climb up to, let's have a quick look here. We would climb to Right, it says Quebec November between 4.3 and 11. And then on a transition, max flight level 250. So let's say ATC would clear us already, climb level 250 on departure. So 250 is set. I'm going to turn the flight directors on. So 25,000 is set. Good. Now I think I didn't have a real world database for that. So here I did my own simplified procedure. So track 050, 2.5 miles. DME from Quebec November, left directly to Quebec November, then 213 degree outbound to 30 dB Quebec November, and then right turn track, and then the text ended. I would need to check what the rest said. But you get the idea, right? It's a lot more complicated if you do it, you know, radial distance, etc. So now we have the option to do that. Now the problem is you need some wonderful people with the skills to go into the SDK, software development kit, to make their own NAV database for the airport with the engine out coding. So they would need the real world procedures with the real world, you know, waypoints and their coordinates, and then program that here into the sim, all right, and then publish it for others to download and install. And that's a lot of work, I guess. But anyways, a wonderful person has done that here for Queenstown, and that is already good for demonstration purposes. So I can demonstrate that now. Let's have a look. I think boarding. Let's quickly load the aircraft. We'll do that in 2 minutes. That's fine. Yeah, we'll do that. New Zealand. Hang on, let's go. Quebec November. Runway 05. Oh, that's wrong. QNH 800 hectopascals. No, that's wrong. Let's do the METAR. There we go. That's better. Although, hang on, is that correct? That's not correct, is it? No, it's 1020. Something like that.
Boarding
Ladies and gentlemen,
completed.
from the flight deck, on behalf of myself, your captain, the first officer, and cabin crew, I'd like to take this time to welcome you aboard our flight. We're just wrapping up some paperwork up front here and waiting to see final numbers from the ground crew, then we'll be on our way. Flight attendants will be coming through the cabin shortly with a very important safety briefing. We do ask that you give them your full, undivided attention as they review the safety operations of this Airbus aircraft. We do appreciate your business having you aboard this flight. If there's anything we do to make your flight any more enjoyable, please don't hesitate to ask. Welcome aboard.
So it is going to be a 1020, 1010, 100 at 10. I'll leave that. But the QNH is completely different. Interesting. Temperature 3 degrees only, not 13. 3 degrees only. Okay, so let's calculate that. Why am I got landing in here? Takeoff. This. Yeah, I thought so too, right? Sound is from V1 Simulations. Sounds very cool in American dialect. Very nice. So dry. Let's try that again. Yeah, now it has the right weather. Good. And takeoff weight, we did say around 64.7. Alright, so 64.7. 60.7. CG standard. We'll take config 2 again. Flex is fine, anti-ice off, and PAX will take off as well. And then let's calculate that. Right, there we go. Flex 56, flaps 2, 26, 31, 32. Yeah, why not? 56. Flaps 2. Maybe look, added TLSS 4.5 support French with in-game proof text show SU6B. And when is that? I guess that's first in beta and then later in... It dropped? Hang on. Beta, yeah, you said beta there, yeah. Tempting. I guess I'm going to wait for the first reports and then see if it's doesn't have any bigger issues, then I may try it. All right, let's go. Let's have a look at the takeoff CG 33.3, 648. Okay, so it's 33.3 is down 0.8 now. So we'll take down 7.8. Good. And the rest now is going to be NADP 1 as well. So 2680 and 3180. And here it says engine out 3200. Alright. Cool. Never change running system, TW. Yeah, I know. I hear you. But it's so tempting. Alright, let's have a look. That's closed and locked. La-di-da. Now we're going to be not on VATSIM, so we're fine. And initially, once we're lined up, I'll select heading. Good. Oh yeah, so for the engine out, guys, in case of engine failure after V1, we're gonna not do any items until we passed 400 feet AGL. Then we have a look if we have any items to do, so any checklist stuff, memory items, whatever. We'll do those. We're gonna activate secondary flight plan. And then go on nav mode. So press on the heading button there for nav mode. And we're going to let the aircraft climb until 3,200 feet. Then we'll go into the acceleration, clean up, continuous suspicious braking. And then we climb to, let's see, what altitude shall we climb to? Let's have a look. So, yeah, let's climb 5,000. And then we'll stay here in the area of the water, 5,000. And then we'll do the approach. Come back to Queenstown. Canned decision. Good. Cockpit preparation checklist. Keepins covers removed. Fuel quantity 5,860 kilograms balanced. Seatbelts on. ADRs. Enough. And bar ref 1020 set check 3 times. And that's the cockpit preparation is complete. Let's do the before start items. Simulated. Oh. Simulated walk set. And beacon is on, fuel pumps on, APU bleed is on. Let's read the checklist before start. Park and brake is on. Takeoff speeds thrust 126, 131, 132, flex 56. Window door not closed. What's happening here? There we go. Yeah, closed. And the beacon is on, and that's the before start checklist complete. Let's try GSX again. Icing. No, we're good. But, we've got summertime, and then, you know, but not down under. Here in New Zealand, it is actually winter time, right?
Hello, Captain. We are ready for pushback. Due to icing conditions, please stand by for engine start until push is completed and brakes are set.
Finally, following community feedback, we added an option to start flight without walk around. Heh? In free flight game mode. What is that supposed to mean? Free flight game mode?
Checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Well, it does look a little bit winter. I mean, got a bit of snow on the hills there.
Locking gear.
Not really green grass, so. Oh, okay. You don't spawn airport magnet. Okay, thanks. That makes sense. So you don't spawn outside the aircraft to the outside check. Okay. Yeah, that does make sense. And Henry, yeah, you said that. Okay. Oh, quick edit. Now, what? Oh no, hang on. No. Now I can't get back, can I? Hang on. Can't get back out of the GSX menu. Ah. Give me a second. Now it's going to load. I keep doing that. Yeah, instead of selecting map, I keep saying edit. You've got to be kidding me. Yeah, hang on. This will manually. Yeah, it is. Yeah, this time I have to do outside from Task Manager. Come on. And then I have to remember how it was written. Quattle. Quattle. There it is. Right. Quarktasche. There's something like that. Somewhere along those lines. Right, there you go. Right, next time we press select from map. Right, and then we want to push back on here, and then we taxi here for the backtrack.
Hello, Captain. We
Makes
are ready
sense.
for pushback. Due to icing conditions,
You've been a bird. I've been a bird so many times. I think 3 times today alone.
departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
It's part of the experience you paid for, yeah.
Locking gear.
I wish sometimes I'd know what I pay for. Instead of finding out the hard way. Oh yeah, and by the way, the next stream's on Wednesday, and then we have friends over until the weekend, so then it'll be Monday after that. Now, here we go. On map. Didn't I press that? No, yeah, that's the problem. It says quick edit just above that.
Release target brakes.
Brakes raised.
Commencing push.
SU6B is a beta, is the first beta with the tiltable radar.
Push is complete.
But then that has to be used by, that has to be programmed by the developers, right, for the aircraft. Good, let's do engine start. Good pressure. Oh. Condition, hang on, that's nuisance warning. Starting engine. 1. Yeah, and the leaps, they do a little bit of a cool down on their own. So there's no fuel just yet. But it doesn't tell you, there's no timer there. It doesn't tell you how long it does the cooling phase. And there we already got some fuel here. yeah. Yeah, I agree. They should improve the weather radar simulation in general. Go. Jesus. That's a loud switch over from the electric generators. Come on. Close the start valve. There it is. Starting engine 2. And then we'll go GSX.
Cockpit to ground. We have a good engine start.
Nice sounds, even from distance here. Overlay, thank you. What would I do without you guys? What would I do without you?
Contract disconnected. Bypass and remote. Lift is clear. Right is clear.
Hey, gunman. Good. Available. Let's get after start flows. APU off. Flaps 2. Spoilers. Arm. Trim set. Down to 0.8. Oh. And then we'll do the flight controls. Fall up. Fall down. Fall left. For right, neutral, for left, for right, and neutral. Let's read the after start checklist. After start, anti-ice off, ecam status checked, pitch trim down 0.8, rudder trim neutral. After start, checklist complete. Next is taxi. Right, we'll do a clear left, clear right. Off we go. For the backtrack. Now for the engine failure, I need to switch on the air conditioning. Otherwise I'm going to start sweating. Whoops. Come on. There you go. Good, already cleared line up, backtrack. Let's get these ready. Cabin. Oops. Will be getting secured now. Auto brake max. PWS on. Takeoff config check. Performed. Taxi checklist. Flight controls checked. Flap setting config 2. Radar PWS on auto. Engine mode selector normal. And incoming or takeoff no blue. Line up to go. Quick recap. So the departure initially is visual. Around the hill here, then to Queenstown VOR, which is on the left hand side, and also right hand side VOR, so VOR1 and VOR2, and then we continue on the nav mode, climbing level 250. In case of engine failure, special engine out SID on the secondary flight plan. We're just going to check again that it's still there. Secondary flight plan, yeah, still there. And yeah, in this case, acceleration is in 3,200 feet. Then we clean up the aircraft, climb 5,000, return. Oh, Paxson. Well, initially, no. You know, for the engine out, it won't be. Look at that. From the cockpit, it looks like you're on the grass, but the wheel is definitely still on the tarmac. Oh, the air conditioning at home. Yeah, that's right. Black's on. Yeah, true. Ah, I can feel the colder air coming right above the screen here. Oh, beautiful. Good. Everyone ready? Now I can't fail the engine with the menu here, and I couldn't get these switches modeled tied to a hardware, so I have to switch off the engine manually. We'll do that, no problem. Good. And I think we are now ready. You guys ready? I'm ready. Let's go. Go hit the chrono. Take off. Manflex 56 SAS. Auto thrust probe. Okay, one thing we forgot. Oh. TCAS.
5 pounds, please prepare to take off.
Yeah, 100 knots is checked. Thrust was set. V1. Rotate. Rotate. And oh dear. Oh, engine 2 fail. Positive rate. Gear up. Careful of the pitch. Adding rudder. Getting rudder trim in. Trying to center the yaw indication. Careful of the pitch here. Let's go a bit more aggressive. Pitch down. Don't descend though. Oh, come on. I did not realize. All right, full power.
Don't sink. Don't sink.
I didn't realize it was going to be that heavy. Oh, come on.
400.
I should have chosen a lower gross weight.
Too low. Terrain.
Right, secondary. Activate secondary flight plan. There we go. LNAV. Right, we've got Mantoga. NAV is armed. So it seems like this afternoon. Oh, that's not connecting. Right, there we go. Now we've got NAV mode. You see, now we have the but that's a good demonstration. Look how slow we're climbing. And you can see the problem with the terrain, right? And of course with the bank angle. So those turns are usually calculated then with about 15 degrees of bank angle. Gonna have to add a bit more rudder. But the problem is, as you can see with the turn, we're hardly able to climb and we're losing speed as well. Now, 600 feet would have done our items by now. Secured the engine. Right, so we would have done that. Confirm. Number 2 confirmed. And now it says engine fire. Lol. Okay, let's not do that. That's a bit concerning. But we've secured the engine. Now let's see. Can I activate the autopilot? Doesn't like to be activated. Trims there. Oh, now it's okay. Autopilot 1. Cool. So that's the thing, right? So now, like I said, it just reduces your workload. And if we go to the outside view here, tracking nicely now with RNAV. Oh, but the autopilot's doing a bad job with the climb rate. So let me manually correct that, so we don't fall.
Speed.
Yeah, I'm correcting your wrong input, my friend. Right, PAX, disregard. We're still not in the acceleration phase just yet. Okay, so again, not at 3,200 feet, so packs still remain off. So passengers have to sweat. That's just the way it is. So I'm adding a lot of left rudder manually. Otherwise the aircraft wouldn't climb at all. Now that pitch command is a bit optimistic. We can't use that. But you can see again, look how the calculated path here just makes sure that we stay away from terrain. That's what I meant with, if you have to fly this with, you know, raw data radials and distances, and then you are under the workload, making a navigational error, then yeah, you're going to fly into, you know, potentially into an obstacle terrain, right? So now currently we're 5 minutes in. We're allowed to use 10 minutes on turbo power with the engine failed. So we're still good on that, okay? Uh, 50, hang on. Oh, that's, the wind indication is wrong because we're side slipping. Oh, so we don't have 56 knots of wind. No, it's because we're using a side slip. And so the ADIRs, they can't calculate the wind data correctly in a side slip. That's a nice indication there. But that is correct. Good, 3,000 almost there. Almost there. And look at the navigation here. Now we're going back over the airport. So the whole track system nicely keeps us away from terrain. Okay, press vertical speed. Vertical speed. Now we accelerate, clean up the aircraft, get some of those drag off. Flaps 1, speed check, flaps 1, careful not descending. Now I can let go of the little bit of the rudder as we increase the speed. Yep, Pack 1 to office noted. Yeah, exactly. Imagine this in bad visibility. That's the thing. Autopilot 1. Let's get that back to 0. And flap 0, speed is checked, flap 0. Now I'm gonna put this to green dot speed for the climb. Yeah. Manual flight. It's not doing a nice job there with the pitch control. So you do have to take on manually just a tad here. Right, let's trim the aircraft, the rudder again. Center that yaw indication. There it is. Autopilot on, and now we go open climb. So now we are clean aircraft. And then... Oh, now we're going to put the aircraft, the thrust to MCT. So we have thrust MCT, max continuous thrust. 7.5 minutes. Yeah, and 10 minutes is the maximum certified limit regarding the engine out case. Good. Now, I think we can switch on one of the pack number 1. And the climb now takes us along this valley. Again, away from any terrain, you see. So that's actually a very neat feature. To have a RNAV coded engine out procedure. So procedure wise, you know, we've done our items, engine secured, we have cleaned up the aircraft, we're now climbing to safe altitude. So the question then is, of course, we did say canted decision, we don't want to fly it for too long on one engine. And so we did say we want to fly back to Queenstown. And let's have a quick look here. What kind of approaches do we have? We've got to go back to Navigraph. What happens if you have to go to Tog again now? Does the timer restart? No. Well, good question, Giftswerk. But I would say, so I'll tell you that, Giftswerk. Let me ask you first of all. So let's say for some reason you have tailwind, unexpectedly, you didn't fly the procedure, very nicely with coordinating the flight controls. So there's a lot of drag, more drag, you climb slower. And so you're going to need more than 10 minutes of max continuous, toga power in order to clear the obstacles. Well, would you do it? Of course you would. You would go above 10 minutes. It's just a certified limit. Will the engine quit after 10 minutes? No. It will continue to run. It's just not certified. Okay. But if terrain is not an issue anymore, then after 10 minutes, you should get the engine out of toga power because it's not certified to run for longer than 10 minutes on toga power in case of engine failure. Both engines available, 5 minutes. Good. Then let's have a look again for the landing. So what options do we have? We have approach. Is there an approach from the south? No, not really. I think it's just an approach. Yeah, so let's try, although I don't have any other approaches. So the only thing we can do is the Zulu again, okay? But let's continue flying. We've got clouds, +5. So engine 1, engine anti-ice on. Engine 2 is dead, so there's no need to switch on the engine anti-ice on number 2. Shall we try Simbridge? I'd hate to try that. But let me have a look at the SID here. Yeah, we're still in the valley there. So we're pretty much following the missed approach procedure here. Yeah, Zungu, you see. So Zungu, at least 9,200, which we have. Yeah, so we are safe. And if we look out the windows, yeah. Scary, but we are definitely... Yeah, Fogback Turtle, that as well. Good. Now the thing is, we'll have to decide now from the position here, how high do we need to be to safely transition to Ibabu, okay? So as long as we stay in the sector, in the 25 miles, it's 11,004, let's say 12,000 feet, okay? So I would say we're going to go heading here. Going to go a little bit left to gain a bit more altitude. And I'm going to tell the controller we need to go, let's say, 13,000 feet. Because it's a bit colder. Hey, bits. So get ourselves a bit more buffer. And then once we get towards 13,000, we are able for the turn to the initial approach fix for Ibabu. For again the RMP 05. Current weight is 64 tons. So let's determine our landing weight. Mm. 64 tons. And preferably we want to do config 3 because we have engine out. Approach speed, let's do 140 knots. Yeah, so it's going to be max manual brake. Okay. Now I'm going to select medium nonetheless initially, but we are aware mentally that after touchdown, I'm going to open the reverse and engine 1 and then go max manual braking. But that's still going to be enough. Okay, so we're now ready. Turn towards Ibabu. And we'll just transition in 13,000 feet. And again, we have to make sure that we stay then in the sector. Now we're not that far away, I think. 15. Let's have a look. Let's go right now. Quebec, November. Yeah, 35 miles. So by the time we get back, that's fine. Yeah, in the meantime, you would get your calls from the cabin crew. Hey, Captain. Weird noises on takeoff. We saw big mountains, big cows. It seemed like we didn't climb very much. What's happening? So then he would tell the cabin crew what's happened. Then he would say, are the passengers worried or not? Are you guys worried? Of course not. You're all cool as ice. And yeah, you would make an announcement to the passengers, right? You would say, had an engine failure on takeoff. You've climbed out to safe altitude now. Presently south of the airport. And we're circling back now to land in Queenstown. And landing in approximately 20 minutes. Next question would be cabin preparation, yes, no. Would you prepare the cabin for an emergency landing? I.e., would you demonstrate to the passengers again regarding the safety position, etc., etc. You had to do it once in the real aircraft? I had to do it once as well as a passenger, so now something I forgot on the ground, we would normally already have done the you know, the return plan, right? And then, of course, we did say the Zulu 05 approach via Ibaru, insert, and then just fly towards Ibabu here. There we go. Actually, not quite. Let's go this way. Yeah, and again, you know, ATC obviously would keep an eye on our altitude and the terrain situation, but in the end, it's still our responsibility to stay clear. To keep at least, well, now at mountainous terrain, we should keep 2,000 feet clear of the mountains. All right, so you know, strictly speaking, you would check for the highest mountain peaks here. All right, this chart don't see that very well. So clear for the approach. 025. Oh, you had panic. Ah, get it. Okay. Yeah, so here we can see peaks around 7,000-8,000 feet maybe. So we're definitely safe here. Beautiful weather, look at that. So the engine is not even windmilling, which of course adds more drag. So if it were windmilling, less drag. If it just completely is stuck, you can see the air has trouble getting through the engine here. And with big fan blades, that does cause a lot of drag, yeah. Good. Let's have a look here. Ibabu, what did it say on the charts? Yeah, let's go down 12,000 initially. So we have little speed 12,000. Yeah, Avimar, it would. But let's simulate. Let's say we have a complete shaft failure and the engine is completely stuck. I mean, it can happen, right? Good. Minimums. So we do a landing flap 3 config. So let me enter that here as well. And let me activate the approach phase while we're at it here. Bar row minimums is going to be the same. 2330. So 2330 bar row config 3. Config 3 on here as well. 1020 and 100 at 10. Oops. Put that there, and temperature 3 degrees. Right, enough set. Auto brake medium. Good. Approach checklist. Thank you much, Avimar. 150 at 7. Okay, I can change that. Then let's change that. 150 at 7. Yeah, you are correct. It would normally be only for category Bravo aircraft. The Lido. Yeah, it has circling Charlie. Yeah, I mean, let's say it's Charlie as well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, but otherwise, yeah, good point. Otherwise, but we would have briefed that already. And then we would have had to say, okay, we need to divert because of the... Although, I mean, in the end, if the weather is okay, you maybe do an emergency authority decision as a captain. Because he would say it's still safer to land here, even though officially it's not allowed for category Charlie aircraft. But, you know, with this failure to fly for an hour over mountainous terrain, I decide as a captain, in emergency case, that we land in Queenstown. You could do that. Let's go Ibabu. Ooh, wow, that's a steep intercept there. What's happening? Right, I'm gonna go down to 11,000. Vertical speed up. Okay, there's a Charlie approach, but only a IRP website. Okay, thanks for the heads up there. Yeah, I appreciate that. Oh, it's because we're so fast, so isn't it? All right, let's slow down. Come on. Hope hand flying single engine is okay later on. A bit worried there. That's good. Let's go. Let's okay. And then we can descend again down to 3,100. 3,100 nav, and we'll do that with descent out magenta. What happens if you now turn on FARDEC ground power? Oh, that's a good question, Jacob. Hey, I'm always impressed by how some people here, you know, use their technical knowledge, or, you know, are inquisitive. So the idea is this, right? So we have, so let's start this way. So you can see that we have amber crosses on engine 2. So the FARDEC has decided, hey Zajil, how are you doing? The FARDEC has decided after a certain time when the engine is switched off, that it doesn't need those displays, so it powers down the FARDEC to prevent it from overheating, right? So no longer do we have any information there. Now there is a button up on the overhead panel for ground operational use, for maintenance, to power the FARDEC. Now I'm not even sure. Oh, it does. Look. So it does power on the FARDEC in flight, and interestingly enough, oh no, don't start the engine. Oh no. Right, let's pretend that didn't happen, okay? It shouldn't start the engine. Especially not with the engine officially switched off. But at least it's windmilling now. Hey, I'm just a pilot, okay? I don't scare us. I just work here, okay? So, yeah. What's the right, where's my meme here? I don't have it here. Oh, yeah, I do. There we go. No, hang on. Yeah, there's it. There, that's all right. Nothing to see, all right? I just work here. No, so the thing is, it's optional, right? You can, so the engine is switched off, right? The problem is, here, the logic is wrong. So when I take this to idle, I don't have MCT anymore, and it doesn't give me speed mode anymore. Again, it's a freeware add-on, okay? There are some inaccuracies. You just have to accept it until they fix it, okay? It's just the way it is. Ah, look at that. Beautiful. Sajil, how are you doing? I hope you're doing well. Oh, so gorgeous. Man. Unbelievable. It's weird, now it's staying in descent mode. It didn't go into vertical speed mode, like on the previous approach. Right, let's go flaps 1, speed check flaps 1, otherwise it's going to get a bit too fast, I think. And get a bit of speed brakes out. Yeah, I know, speed brakes. Yeah, Zajil, I have good reason to be happy, so all good. You should fly with a Cessna there. I wonder how many weeks or months it would take me to fly a Cessna 172 down there. Probably weeks, not months, but that would be a lot of flying. And very expensive. Here comes flaps 2. Speed is checked, flaps 2. Summer's going well, but I'm just so busy. Oh, we're getting a bit high here. Let's get a bit of speed brakes out. Yeah, hazardous as well, flying down there. Yeah. No, Abiyama, no. All good. Summer super busy. Lots of slots, especially from Munich to Frankfurt these days. Okay, yeah, I can imagine. I feel for you guys. Especially, I heard about an incident in Frankfurt where I think it was a Boeing 737. They had a really long slot delay, and they had a broken APU, and they already had the passengers on board. And then the airport didn't get them air conditioning. They were on the tarmac, not at the gate position. There were no mobile air conditioning units out there. And so the temperature in the cabin just heated up and up and up. And in the end, they had like more than 50 degrees, and people started to get really, really serious health issues on board the aircraft. And then people in the aircraft actually called the police or the emergency services to get them out of the aircraft. And that, of course, then made the news. Not surprising. I know how it feels like. I've been there on a 737, even with working APU, and the air conditioning just not managing to keep the cabin cooler than, 35 degrees. And then you sit there 35 degrees and all day long. It's just... yeah. You can get a validation permit to get temporary license to fly. Oh, man. Fabian. Bucket list. I am a lister. Oh, and sorry, I know I should have looked straight away, but Fishcop sent me something on Discord. And I did read the message initially, but I was so busy doing something else there. Hang on. Ah. Hmm? I'm not sure. Fishcop, did you delete the message again? Ah, okay, maybe I did. Sorry for that. Brexit. Sweet Brexit. Max waiting time or slots around 1 hour. Yeah. It's interesting. Regarding the slot time, the waiting hour on board the aircraft in... Oh no. Oh, I just thought the sim crashed. In the US, and I think even maybe in Canada as well, there are strict rules regarding how you have to treat the passengers in case of tarmac delays. Quite interesting. Flaps 3, final setting, and the spoilers. Now we don't have that here in Europe. At least I'm not aware of any countries that have that. Yeah, exactly. So exactly that. So you have to, if you want to put in a ready message, then you've got to be ready with passengers on board. Right. Otherwise, you can't get a ready message, and then sometimes you get an improvement of the slot time, but then you don't have passengers on board, right? Then you can't take the new slot. So it's a crazy rule. Right, I'm gonna have to be careful here with the speed. See if the well, let me go manual thrust here. Manual flight. Oh, I hate how the autopilot does that. So manual flight. Right, let's just give a little bit more speed. Landing checklist, ECMM landing, no blue. We should have read the... Oops. Hang on. We should have also read the approach checklist, of course. So bar ref is 1020 set. Seatbelts are on. Minimum bar row 2330 feet. Auto brake medium. Max manual braking later on. Engine mode selector is engine out, ignition. Yeah, oh, it should be ignition. There was no procedure, that's why. Good, I'm going to get the flight directors off here, bird on. I'm going to fly visually from here on. In case of engine failure, I would have normally on the secondary flight plan done the same thing again with the engine out procedure. So I would not fly the standard missed approach procedure. I would actually fly the engine out SID as well here.
100 above. Minimum.
Continue. Checks. Yeah, the engine out, go around, exactly. You would have to calculate the performance, of course, first of all, and then you have to do the, brief your procedure. So which procedure would you actually fly? Now the thing is that the normal go around requires a lot more gradient, climb gradient, compared to the engine out. So to be on the safe side, I would definitely fly the engine out
400
SID, because that way I know I'm going to be safe.
$50, $40, $30, $20, retard. 5.
So, max manual braking.
Auto brake off.
Yeah. Reverser. Green. Well, I mean, again, it's weird. The pitch oscillations in this aircraft. And I have a feeling it's just delayed pitch inputs. It just you do a pitch input, nothing happens, then you kind of panic. You do one more, and then the aircraft reacts, but too strongly. So unfortunately, it feels weird. But hey, engine out, safely down. The moment.
Now that's how pros.
The moment. Imagine that doing it in real life. So you've just had a hell of a day, meaning, you know, at the worst possible time, with the weirdest or the most, you know, craziest terrain around you. RMP approach, single engine, small, short runway, and you make it down safely. And then someone comes up to you and say, that was a very hard landing. Won't fly with you again. Yeah, okay, if that's the only problem, be my guest. I mean, like, seriously. Yeah, here comes the saying, as long as you can walk away from the landing, it was a good landing. Yeah, but I remember now, the last time, it's about maybe half a year or a year ago, the last time I flew the fly-by-wire mod, and I remember that it had the same issues back then regarding the pitch oscillations. Hey, Capitan. Really? So it did happen in that case. I never had the worst landing. Good reply by the captain. To be frank, neither did I. Yeah, GG's. That was a great reaction. Exactly. We can use the aircraft again. I mean, you know. Right, brake fans on. How hot are the brakes? Not too bad. How stressful is something like IRL? Stressful. I mean, of course, we pilots, we train for this. But it's one thing to train it in a simulator and then actually have it IRL. So initially, you know, the whole thing regarding adrenaline, maybe even the startle factor, you know, maybe you've had a long day already, you're a bit fatigued. Yeah, it's a cold sweat moment for sure, yeah. Good night to Avimar, thanks for watching. And again, all the best. Hope things improve soon. Yeah, so, I mean, it is stressful, but, I mean, we pilots, we do get the training, and we're able to cope with it. I'm not saying it's going to be perfect or, you know, soft landing, whatever, right? No. Safely down. That's your priority. Safety. At my training, I was so proficient on single engine takeoffs from the sim that taking off 2 engines in real life felt weird. Yeah. It's just, yeah. But I mean, you know, it's one thing if you're an instructor and you see this, you know, the engine out stuff on the almost daily basis. It's a bit different to a normal airline pilot that, you know, has the engine failure training every half year, right? So, so sure, the stress factor for a normal airline pilot will be higher in that moment. But experience shows, I've talked to pilots that have actually had an engine failure, and you know, in real life, And what I hear... Oh, that was too soon. What I hear is that the initial startle effect is there. That's something they comment on very often. But then they say once you get past that startle factor, then the training kicks in, and you do get back into your checklist flows, and then you've got things to do, right? And then things feel, you know, very, very kind of common, and you know, you've seen it before, you've done it before, more routine. The blue panorama, 767 in Rome for Machino. Okay, I think I've probably seen it. I probably have seen it, but I may need to rewatch that. Cool, guys. Any more questions regarding? Oh yes, so Gio, I'm not sure you were here at the beginning. So let me just get the init request again. So what we have here now, at the moment, just for Queenstown, and some people got it working in Wellington, but here. You do have that engine out SID. So initially, you know, on the primary flight plan, we would go with the normal departure route, all right? And then on the secondary, copy active, and then on the secondary, you can then select. Oh yes, so Jill. So let me ask you: do you guys have engine out SIDs? In the database? All right. So if you then look at the secondary flight plan, look, it actually has that programmed, and we flew it. You do. The thing is, so until I left the A320 fleet, we didn't have that. So that's really cool. I mean, that just takes away a lot of workload regarding your lateral tracking, and then you can really just concentrate on you know, on the procedures and the vertical profile. Nice. Yeah. So now it's up to the community to program more of those those AOSITs into the databases. We'll see how it goes. Okay, interesting. Then yeah, nice, cool. If there's no more questions, I would say we'll call it a day. Next stream is on Wednesday, 2 days from now, and now I'm gonna have to try to set up some shared cockpit flights soon again. I'm not sure if I can manage that until Wednesday, but I do want to go and try, I think, one flight with the Challenger 650 on the new tour on Pilot Edge. Hopefully I have the time to prepare that. So maybe we'll do that on Wednesday for one of the flights. And then Sachi, saying it's love to see you here as well. Yeah, maybe some more helicopter flying. Yeah, we enjoy that. Anyways, I'll think of something to do on Wednesday. Big thank you to the resubs coming in today, guys. Thanks so much for the continued support. And also we had Tiho gifting us up today as well. Thank you so much for that. And Drehstuhlpilot. So once again, Drehstuhlpilot, if you want, oh, actually, I'll post the link to your profile. So those people that do have a Moser AB9 and you want to try a very interesting profile for the A320, here's the link. I can recommend it highly, guys. That was today, really nice. So the whole stick, the force feedback here feels very nice. Very good. So my bad flying was not because of the profile. My bad flying was because of the way I just couldn't quite get hold of the pitch behavior on the Flyby Y today, so. But we survived. Cool. Guys, my moderators, thank you so much as always for all the help. Take care. And tonight, who's playing tonight? It's USA against Belgium as well, right? And who else is playing? We have Portugal. Oh, Portugal, Spain. Oh, they're already playing. Yeah, let's watch Portugal against Spain, and then I'm not sure I'm gonna stay awake until 2 in the morning. But let's watch some football. All right, guys. Thank you so much, everyone. Fabian, as always, thanks for all the inputs. Lee, Masgood. Oh yeah, this is definitely better than the Thrustmaster. Yeah, because this is force feedback, so very, very realistic. Like it. Cool. See you. Take care. Good night. Thank you, Ulas. I appreciate that. Take care. Good night.